does Philip, trying to lock off the rest of the team composition. Ariandel again taken down before he can pull his full combo out, does get the power unleashed, somehow survives, but Philip finally chases him down as the Gravity Storm finds nothing. Finally, they putt, again, they bend, but they don't break. No matter how bad it looks for Citadel, they keep coming out on top in these team fights, man. Armeo, not done just yet, gets onto Kaido, forced the flash out of him. Bradley going forward, gets the Q off. The gravity field goes down. Cozy can't get anything done. Nova taking a little bit of a breath here. The battle line's redrawn, but the health bar is still pretty low here. They're starting up the Dragon. Citadel, they are one away from Soul. If they can get this one, Infernal Soul will be absolutely monstrous for them. It might be game over. Kaido, he's got to find a way to get into this one. Cozy doesn't have the Gnar bar at all. He's got his ultimate, but it doesn't really do much in mid-Gnar. Kim down, goes over with the Hex Flash. Ariandel trying to find the big scat of the week, but Bradley zoning him completely off, and he's 2 levels up, and he's going to make it. Ariandel's problem just deletes him. 1v1, says, get out of my league. I'm going to the NACL, baby. I'm getting back up to the top. Armeo is going to take us there. It's a double for him. It's an ace. It's Mountain Soul. It's everything.
I think that's just the favorites. It's gonna be a 2-0. You want to see a Citadel that's on form. You want to see a Citadel that can win 8 series back to back to back to push for the NACL. Well, they're halfway there.
They await respawn in their next match, but the Galaxy Gaming run comes to an end. Hawk, they went with their style the whole way. You got the mid-tier 2 Decoy having a TP back to base. He's looking for a flank, Hawk.
I mean, they're just barreling at them. Decoy, he needs to make this one work if they're gonna come back.
Absolutely. King Clueless pops the Crescent Guard. Baz gets a lot of shielding on him now. Finally trying to drop in there. There's the Chaos Storm and Decoy. Finally, the attention paid onto him, and not a moment too soon. Baz has not much health. Not even to get the ace of the hole off as Moz comes up with another huge pickup. He will pay for it with his life.
How did Nightstar end up in the front line? Corky died between 2 Nexus towers. Where?
Absolutely, Nightstar completely uncontested with that mid lane inhibitor. 2backs did get off. King Clueless trying to waste a little bit more time, but now they finally have something to respond here. Now Lycomos able to buy some time a little bit. Hang on a second. Decoy with the stopwatch. Protoss doesn't get the tank or the Pop Blossom off. CC coming down. King Clueless, does he have enough with the shred here? Doesn't look like he does, but now Baz showing up here. Can he make a big play? Gets hit by the Q3 of the Intofo Strike. King Clueless find one more time the Crescent Guard. Barrett goes all out and gets Decoy over the wall. Here comes the TP, and finally they deal with things in the base, and now they've got some unfinished business in their bottom lane. But the TPs are coming out here, Hawk. It's not done just yet.
What's happening?
We are getting Lycomos into the base. They go. Lojaz still buying time for his squad. On the other side here, they're wasting so much time, Hawk. They're not able to get anything else, but the Netris towers are taken a little bit low here. They're down about half HP. Barrett, fine. 1 win. Lojaz goes forward there onto King Clueless. A little damage coming down from 5-80. Decoy trying to get onto Nightstar, but Nightstar retreats into his base. Or, well, all right, I got bamboozled. That is not Nightstar, but you know what I mean.
It's confusing. Oh, is it King Clueless on the engage?
Yeah, it's King Clueless with the Pop Blossom question mark. Nature's Grass does go out there. King Clueless taking a lot of damage. 5-80 still free. Protoss looking for a way, and he does actually have Pop Blossom. Lycomos takes a big chunk of damage there from the ace in the hole. Decoy gets in. Pop Blossom is going to do absolutely nothing. He gets ripped apart by 5-80. Decoy with the fantastic engage over the top. Baz gets a kill. Now it's 3, and AMI can knock down the base and look to take game 1 unless King Clueless and Lycomos have a miracle in them.
I don't think they do. King Clueless is going to drop.
Nope.
AMI, they're going to go up 1-0. 1 step closer to the NACL.
Just 2 more games, and they are in Tier 2. 24 seed, by the way, Hawk. Find themselves a step closer to the NACL. There's a back end item advantage is still very much in AMI's favor. But Lojaz, crucially, with no Nature's Grasp, damage coming in from Lycomos. Focus, misses the Mantra Q. Chair, or Lojaz, I should say, as the Crescent Guard goes out, able to lock him up. Gonna take it with him. Lockdown is Baz. Damage coming out. 5-80 joining the fight. Finally able to get 1 down, but AMI take 2 for 1. Ace in the hole. Rebounded right back. Very nicely timed. Hold on here.
Let's
see. Oh, yeah, they're roaming down there.
Doesn't know.
He has no idea. Lycomaw's getting eaten alive by the Chaos Storm. Didn't even need Barrick. Barrick arrived a little bit earlier. Flashes away, does 5, and able to get the damage down, but it won't be enough. King Clueless in the right place at the right time. Decoy coming up. Kingdo coming down from top lane, able to get the stunning strike down. Very nicely done onto King Clueless. He will survive just a little bit longer. Barrick tried his darndest to draw some attention away, but they completely ignored him. But now he is the sole object of their ire. Lojaz going forward. We get the CC down. Can Decoy get forward? Yes, he can. Able to get the counter strike off. It's a 3-for-1 for AMI. And that's the... They've got side lane strength out the wazoo right now.
He's just
Protoss
in there.
He's...
I'm having such a blast watching Protoss, man. This Bard is awesome, and now there's a fight.
He gets jumped on there with the Aegis Assault. With a Shield Vault, I should say. Poke is taken pretty low. Gonna land there on a King Clueless, and the damage Luke should be enough to take him down, to be able to flash away. And how about
Fine missed everyone
in there with the swimwear? Almost able to take down King Clueless, but gets the withdraw off of them. Decoy trying to get targets back onto Pocus. Give it away 100, now 200, 400 gold, make it 600. Dog fans getting back into this one. As Barrick able to get through the magical journey. 5-minute trying to take someone down with him. Finally takes down that pesky Barb. Need to attach a GoPro to that son of a gun. Faster for the AMI juggler. Now to Baron they go.
Oh, there's no way that's how the game breaks open. It's going to be an uncontested Baron. Maybe AMI can flip a 4v5, but I don't think it's worth it, guys.
Let's see. I mean, they might have no choice here. Well, I mean, they definitely do have a choice. They can defend, but Pocus, he's going forward here. It's a lot of damage coming down there. Seismic shove going out against the Aegis Assault out as well. Tempered Fate lands there onto Nightstar, or Bath, excuse me. Bath has to flash away. Nightstar still free firing here. Decoy goes forward, gets the big Gnar off, able to flash away. Like into the back line. Rips through Pocus. Almost takes down Baz. Should be a matter of time. Nightstar will clean it up. How about Dog fans taking control in this one? The double for Nightstar. They finally break it open, Hog.
Like a moss!
Backs as well, right? We kind of forget about that. At 30 minutes, that's not something you're usually considering. But my goodness, I mean, just leaving this base in absolute tatters. Moz, if he gets that seismic shove, he could win the game with 1 W.
Anyone will die. We saw how much damage Lojaz takes from him already, and it's probably even more with the Elder on the back. Not opting to try to go triple inhib. They want to end the game right now. Elder falling off in 20.
They get the first Nexus Tower. Reminder, these do respawn. Here comes Pocus with the Grand Starfall. Goes into the back line, but he gets ripped up there by Barrick. It is just too much to deal with. Protoss is low, but it doesn't matter. That should be it indeed. Seismic Shove lands to put the cherry on top. Make it 4, but it will be enough. I don't think they'll be present if a fight will break out. Magical Journey. There goes Protoss. Able to get forward. Not taking any tower aggro just yet. There he finally takes one as Decoy slams him into the wall. The Tempered Fate lands with the Grand Starfall. Buys everybody a little bit of time. Doesn't really do a ton though. Pocus trying to fend for his life there. King Clueless with the Cyclone. Lojaz doesn't have his ultimate just yet. The wall goes out from Oz. Trying to buy his team some time there. They are on the retreat. Pocus going forward after a kill picked up there by Decoy. After the Gnar went down. Wallbreaker pops as well. Trying to get anything onto Lojaz, but they can't. He's able to sneak away into the cover of the bush. Pocus able to go backwards. King Clueless going forward to get the kill over to Lycomaw's. Big seismic shove by Lycomaw's, and just like that, Dog fans back with a massive 3-for-0 fight.
How?
I broke it open and use the Baron taking it forward as Lojaz going forward immediately. Combo there as the Tempered Fate gonna buy a little bit of time. Not able to lock him down immediately, but how about Protoss? Just save the day with the Bard play. My goodness. The seismic shove goes out. They're gonna get the Sejuani. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I take it all back. Protoss is the GOAT. That's what's up right there. The Bard. He played this against Tempest as well. Nightstar gets single-dingled in the bottom lane.
Wipe this one away and propel his team. Damage coming over the wall. The Citadel health bars are pretty low. Another TP coming in here from Cozy into the Tribe Rush. True Shot Barrage goes over. It's Mayo who secures it. Trima Shuffle able to buy some time a little bit, but he goes down. Will pay for it with his life. Ariadel goes over. He's got a ton of damage waiting in the wings. He gets a double. Another one for Kaido as they lose the Baron, but no one, and I mean nobody on the Citadel is going to get to live to tell the tale.
Galaxy Gaming, they came up fast enough. They're able to defend.
Massive thorn in the side of what Citadel want to do going forward.
Definitely makes it tough to control the river, and you can see the poke. We talked about range on the side of Citadel, but how about Ezreal and empowered Kha'Zix W's later on into the game? Kaido is level 16 on the Ka, and this is Mountain Soul. Here they go. They're pulling it. Cozy on the backside.
Crystal Arrow, the Strangleforce is not going to get anybody. Double lift caught in the middle here. Firefrost with a big Magnet Storm. Crashing Ball not going to find anybody, but the Piercing Arrow will. And he is monstrous. Double kill for him. Crystal Arrow goes down, but again, another fantastic wombo combo.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome to today's broadcast of the NACL Open Qualifiers. It is the final weekend here where we will determine who the third and final team joining the Spring 2025 NACL will be. There are 10 teams left, and we'll have it narrowed down to 1 by the end of this weekend. My name is Gordo, and I am reunited with Rudude after several long years apart. Rudude, how are you doing today, my man?
I'm doing so well. We haven't been together for like 3+ years at this point, from the training grounds of Platinum Leagues back in the day, now to the big stages, the qualification games of the NACL. You said it right, 10 teams, they're going to get whittled down to just 1, or 10 teams down to 3 teams. We already know 2 of our qualifiers. We have got 1 spot left. And we've got 4 rounds of matches to go through as well, so it should be a very good weekend. It's all going to happen between today and tomorrow, so if you want to strap in, get ready for some amateur talent, this weekend is the one.
Absolutely, some talent looking to maybe take a little step above amateur, get themselves into the Tier 2 league, get themselves contending for that LTA spot at the end of 2025. More to play for than ever here in the NACL qualifiers, and started just a couple of weeks ago, and we've already made so much progress. A 64-team open qualifier double elimination bracket so far has narrowed itself down to 10 teams. You could even maybe say 12 teams, with 2 having already made it to the NACL. Those are going to be Near Airport and Apex Mission Impossible, taking very different paths, very different levels of closeness. Near Airport with a perfect 11-0 sweep. Apex Mission Impossible having to win out a 5-game full fearless banger to get themselves qualified, but both of them now find themselves in the NACL. We're going to start off today with 2 more hopefuls looking to join them. It's going to be Respawn taking on Citadel.
Yeah, 2 teams that have sort of been battered and bruised through this bracket. Citadel are making the Goliath run to see if they can go, is it like 8 best of 3s and then final promotion at the end of all of that. So there's a lot of games that they're going to have to play. They are now obviously up against, I think, maybe one of their hardest opponents in the lower bracket in Respawn, who have also, you know, find themselves in this lower bracket. And again, these are the teams that people were thinking we're probably going to get qualified, maybe be, you know, one of these, the team down in the lower bracket. But there was so much discussion and so much pre-tournament expectation for these 2 teams as well. To see them battle it out in the lower bracket is going to suck to see one of them go. But the nature of the bracket, the nature of double elim is that they should be thankful that they've got that second chance, and they've got to take it.
Absolutely here. And so the nature of the way this tournament is seeded as well, Respawn comes into the tournament as the slightly lower seed compared to Citadel, but because of the format, they drop down to the lower bracket later on, so they are considered the higher seed coming into today's matchup. So let's start things off, talk about Respawn a little bit. Respawn as the higher seed in this match, their roster is going to be Lawrence, Chad, Shochi, Sushi, and Mixture. Especially excited for those 2 recently broken out players down there in the bottom lane, Ruby.
Yeah, I mean, they are one of the more exciting bot lanes I think that we're going to be seeing, and it for the lower bracket that we've got here, Respawned. You can see they are just joining in against Citadel. You want to look at the bottom half. Just below the word losers is the match that we're looking at today, and you can track back Citadel and sort of see how far far they've had to come. This is going to be their 5th best of 3 in the lower bracket that they're playing. And, you know, Citadel, like you'd mentioned, or Respawn rather, like you'd mentioned, with that really exciting bot lane up against Citadel with some very established members down in their bot lane. The Citadel roster, Philip, Armao, Bradley, Instinct, and Trevor, all coming off of, you know, a very good amount of experience at higher levels as well, Gordo.
Yeah, definitely here. So let's talk about these two teams a little bit more in context, a little bit about their journeys to get there. Starting on off with Respawn, who are kind of our LTA hopefuls here on the day. Only 2 of these players really with significant NACL experience so far in Chad and Shochi. Lawrence has been a long-time Tier 3 competitor, all the way going back to stuff like Cloud9 Amateur and teams like that. But in recent years has kind of started to step up a little bit more as well. He qualified with Blue Otter for the NACL last spring. Unfortunately, was unable to compete in summer, where they've now picked up Quacker, who they are better known as now. And they are now going to be looking to contend and get themselves another qualification. Meanwhile, Shochi has been all over the place there. He's played on teams like Supernova, teams like Cincinnati Fear, and now is looking to get himself back into the league as well after his most recent stint on CCG.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the fact that you actually brought up Lawrence here. I remember, like, back in the day when he was went by Speedo, I think, was on a roster with Tails on that C9 Amateur roster that you mentioned. Obviously, Tails going on to do, you know, much greater things, and is now in the Tier 3 qualification spot, looking for that Tier 2 spot as well. It's good to see that little coach and top lane reunion almost in this roster. But you're quite right that, you know, Citadel as well, they've got a breadth of talent also that they can be drawing from. I think that bot lane that we'd mentioned, Instinct, right, has had so many Tier 1 games in what was the LCS, has played so much as well in the NACL, pairing up with Trevor, who's been battling his way through the Tier 2 circuit for so long at this point, going up against Sushi Mixture, who are not an unknown quantity, but definitely a less experienced quantity, but that have more excitement to them. They definitely look like a bot lane that we should be keeping our eyes on. I think that combination of breadth of experience versus what is more upstart potential in the bot lane, it's going to make for something very exciting and very entertaining to keep our eyes on through the game.
Yeah, definitely. There's a big difference in experience between these bot lanes especially, but let's talk about this stat here, Rude. Citadel, between their 5 players, they've got 187 Tier 1 games played. Respawn have 1 Tier 1 game played. That was Chad on Immortals back in spring 2022. He played 1 game at the end of the season against Golden Guardians.
Yeah, the disparity, like you mentioned, in Tier 1 competitive experience, definitely quite high. And we are obviously into the draft, and we get to see actually how the draft breaks down, which is, you know, really exciting for us as well to see where the priority lies. A reminder that this is indeed Fearless, that this is the first of a best of 3. So game number 1, we theoretically have everything open. And when we've now got little bits of influence, I'll say, from first stand as well, we'll see where the priority begins to lie for these 2 teams.
Definitely. So it's going to be a first pick Ezreal here for Respawn and for Sushi, and that is a pick that just delights me to see here, Rude, as someone who's been following this young marksman's career over the course of the last year or so when he just broke out onto the scene. His Ezreal is certainly his best champion that I've gotten to see out of him so far. The Ezreal and the Ashe, the 2 picks I really associate with him. They ban away one, they lock in the other, and are looking already pretty strong with just 1 pick in.
Yeah, and you know, get that comfort in early doors always feels good to make sure that you've got Sushi on that comfortable pick, and it makes a lot of flexibility still for that bot lane. You can go for something roam oriented on Mixture, who I think can play, you know, those Rakan's Leonas pretty well also. But I do like this response as well. Worth mentioning that Varus has a very, very good laning phase, knows exactly that the pressure and the time with which he can look to exert that as well. The extra range that Varus has can be quite damning. And then the Volibear also locked in a flex pick to start us off here for Citadel. Would expect it to go to Armeo, but it's worth saying that this can be flexed into the mid lane, can be flexed into the top lane, most notably more so.
Yeah, ooh, and looking at this Ambessa, been a really high prio pick all season long, especially in this tournament. it will be snapped on up. That's going to Lawrence in the top lane. He's drawn some bans on this pick, but has not gotten to lock it in himself so far in the tournament. Generally a guy that I associate on the weak side a little bit more, a big Renekton player, a big Cassante player. He's gotten a couple of Rumble games in this tournament. We'll be very curious to see him on the Ambessa. And there is Zyra, probably the most prized heavy farming AP jungler on the patch.
Yeah, a little bit worried for this respawn composition to begin with, and in particular for Lawrence. So far we've got a lot of range, a lot of sit back, a lot of kite, plus Ambessa, who is just going to look to jump into the backline. Would be looking in the second phase for Respawn to try and pick up some more dive with them. You know, you're looking at mixture there to be some sort of engage as well to start that off. You know, you've got things like Ezreal, which can go over the top and maybe help out a little bit, but you'd really want a second pairing there to try and help the Ambessa out, or she's definitely going to struggle. And not only that, but it's been countered here with a Renekton, more notably one of the most impossible matchups for the Ambessa to try and play out. So you expect on this top side for Philip to have a pretty decent time of things in the 1 versus 1. Of course, if we start looking at split maps and some jungle ganks, that can be changed, but going into the second round of picks and bans for Respawn, they need to support this Ambessa.
Alright, so let's see what we're going to see in this second round of bans. Yone taken off the board. That's been a favorite of Shochi's. And there goes that Orianna away from Citadel. Do want to call out Bradley getting a pentakill on that pick up against Flippers just a little bit earlier in their bracket. So certainly a champion to be feared from the side of Bradley.
Looking for now how well this Ambessa obviously gets saved, but also how the rest of Citadel look to round out their composition. They have got very good all-in so far. The Renekton can dive forward, the Volibear as well. Varus can sit back, be that hyper carry, can also look to poke out. And when we're looking at bans focusing that mid lane as well, looks like they're setting up for a control mage, the Yone, the Zed as well being taken off the board. Just more pairings that you kind of think, okay, we're looking to take something a little bit more safe, a little bit more measured in the mid lane, and probably going to be looking to blind that as well. Looking to see if they save support as well. They've got the option for counter pick mid, they've got the option for counter pick into support role. Most likely with those bans, you can see they do take this control mage. Going to look to go for the support pick on 5, and with this Victor now, they've got DPS if they want to go for Poke Virus, they've got the front line in a Volibear and a Renekton, and the flexibility that this gives them for support as well, definitely very powerful. So they will see what mixture picks here and look to counter it and make this 2v2 very, very difficult for Respawn.
Well, definitely will be here. So Victor, the lock-in, of course, for Bradley, another one of those control mages, and there is a Ziggs pick, very likely to be going over to Shochi, but I'm not going to completely discount the possibility that he could pilot that Ezreal mid. A pick I really associate, or several picks I really associate with Shochi, are these marksman mids. I think the strongest he's ever looked at the tier 2 level was during his first split on Cincinnati Fear, where he was busting out these marksman mid laners left, right, and center, looking really, really good on stuff like the Tristana and the Corki and the Lucian. Could definitely see the Ezreal falling into that wheelhouse, but it is a signature pick of Sushi's. I do think that is the most likely home for it as we look for a final pick at the support position going over to Citadel and Trevor.
Yeah, and I think that this is the constant battle that they're going to have to try and play up against as Respawned, excuse me, is that yes, Sushi on Ezreal feels so good, but they have now got counterpicked AD and theoretically counterpicked support. Now the Rakan and Rel matchup, we can discuss which way that's going to come out favorably for, but I do think that overall Citadel have found themselves with a good bot lane duo. They've also found themselves with a very good mid lane or top lane matchup as well with this Renekton versus Ambessa, and Shochi has picked this quite safe mid lane pick as well. It might be able to generate prio in the early levels, but Victor gets his upgrade, he's going to have that laser ready, and that then immediately gives prio straight back over almost to the Victor. So it's going to be tricky, I think, for Respawn, and in particular for Chad, to make something happen this game, because the expectation is that he's probably going to get invaded on, he's probably going to struggle quite a lot. Might be able to get through his full clear, but everybody's going to be looking to swamp him.
Everybody certainly is. So going to be a big challenge ahead for Bradley, but it's one that he's navigated in the past before, has been so dominant at this tier 3 level every time we've seen him. So definitely going to be a big challenge for Shochi. You know, both of these guys, players who were in the NACL last season, who were on good competitive teams during their peaks as well, right? Bradley has that history with the FlyQuest Challengers team, with the Team Liquid Academy team, where he played as a top laner for a lot of his time there, but was one of the best looking prospects in the region for a substantial period of time. And meanwhile, Shochi, right, when he was on Cincinnati Fear, he got himself a spot on Supernova for a bit when they were building that sort of super team that didn't quite work out last spring. He has been a big face to Fear as well throughout his career. So this mid lane matchup definitely going to be one that we're going to be keeping a close eye on and see who hits their peak at the right time, who maybe has a little bit of a dip compared to performances we've seen previously.
Yeah, and just before we do get into the game, right, we've touched on the mid lane, we've touched on the bot lane, thinking that those two are areas of the map that might actually be quite entertaining. And, you know, pound for pound, we could expect to see some really exciting gameplay, but we look up towards the top lane and up towards the jungle, just looking at these players in particular, tend to favour Citadel quite heavily. Philip and Armao, that top jungle duo, I do think just have a little bit more weighting, a little bit more pressure about them, and past experience that we've got just feel a little more raw and sort of unchained as a duo versus that Lawrence-Chad matchup.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to check out a couple of clips from Citadel in their run so far throughout the open qualifiers. You know, look at what this team's been able to show us so far. You know, it was a lot of people doubting them after they dropped down to the Friendly Fellas relatively early in bracket, but with the benefit of hindsight, Friendly Fellas made it all the way to a qualification match. They're already waiting further up in this lower bracket. Perhaps a team that isn't one to be disrespected, and perhaps retroactively given a little bit more grace to this Citadel team. They lost early on, but they lost to a real tournament contender in those Friendly Fellas.
Yeah, and now obviously making this insane bracket run, they've pretty much gone about it unscathed as well. Ever since dropping into the lower bracket, haven't actually dropped a game yet. Yes, they've played against, you know, potentially slightly weaker opposition, but even Galaxy Gaming last week, right, we saw them, who should have really been a really tricky competition for them, just get not necessarily swept aside, but it was a 2-0.
Definitely. Now let's take a look at Respawn here as well, a team that had an absolutely dominant run through the upper bracket until they found themselves face-to-face with the boogeymen of this tournament themselves, Near Airport, who just absolutely slammed them in a 2-0 series on this very stream. Highlight player there was absolutely we like to highlight Sushi and Mixture, who looked so competitive throughout their time there.
Well, it is that time, everybody. Game number 1 of our best of 3. Winner continues their march in the lower bracket. At this stage, this is their 5th best of 3 that they will be playing, and they are going to have to take up a massive challenge in taking down Respawn.
Definitely are. So we are on to Summoner's Rift for game number 1. Respawn taking on Citadel. And Instinct already stepping up to find a little bit of that early harass.
So it is Comet Varus as well, so looking more toward that poke, more toward that range, and something that I got to touch on a little bit in the draft, but didn't get to come back to, is how much I'm scared for the Ambessa this game, right? It's got a really tricky matchup for Lawrence in this top side, up against Philip, the Renekton, very much a counter to the Ambessa. And then looking at the composition that they've drafted for it as well, Zyra, Ziggs, Ezreal, all very range-oriented. The Rel can go diving, but is definitely going to struggle to get in there. And I think that the Ambessa this game, I do fear for it, sort of how easy it's going to be to navigate these team fights.
Indeed. So keeping our eyes on what those team fights are But of course, it is that Varus. He is such a flexible pick, so good in so many different areas, the laning phase not the least of them.
Yeah.
And Instinct, a very experienced player in his own right, who is down to play the really aggressive style. He's got the Arcane Comet that makes us think he's likely going to lean towards that lethality Varus build, and it could give him that extra bit of combat power early. Meanwhile, Bradley, already with a health advantage in mid, really just getting some punishment there down onto Shoshi.
Yeah, the Siphon Power level 1 does make Victor one of the best control mages level 1 to trade with. Now is when you will start to see Shoshi be able to try and trade back with a little bit of range as well. Wave not necessarily in the best position, it is worth saying. And I do want to highlight as well that for Respawn, yes, this Ambessa feels out of place, but the other pieces all slot in really well together. And, you know, I look at the Citadel gaming roster, I have some similar concerns for Philip, for Armao, as they move into the mid and late game, because they are going to be those melee champions that kind of go in, struggle to go out, and they're doing that up against Ziggs, Ezreal, Zyra, who have got so much control of space with the minefield, with the plants as well, and the range that Ezreal provides. If Mixture just gets a little bit of CC on these two, they could very easily get chunked out as well. And then I do begin to get worried about the range of the damage for Citadel, right? They have got very mid-range damage in Bradley. Yes, Instinct can do long range with the poke, but that's not consistent damage. It's going to be once every 4 or 5 seconds with those enchanted Fierce arrows.
Yeah, Trevor going to be taking a big trade here early, left alone by Instinct and taken down 2 versus 1. Sushi and Mixture come out with first blood for Respawn.
And this is why we're a little bit excited about this bot lane. We're getting that spice. And remember that both of these champions got counterpicked. They saw Ezreal, they took Varus. They saw Rel, they took Rakan. And they're still going down in that 2 versus 1 or 2 versus 2. It's a laning situation with no jungle interference. But now Armeo looking to make some difference on the top side.
Yeah, we were worried about this top side. Lawrence going to have to outplay here, staying alive as long as he can, but the bear just has too much tankiness. Going to have himself the big shield, going to keep himself standing, and that is a kill over to Philip.
Yeah, unfortunately, the outplay potential there is don't be under your turret, and that's where the journey ends as Chad makes his way back up to this top side, but probably not going to be able to find too much. Might force a flash out of Armao, who doesn't have it, actually.
We'll see. Going to have to land these thorns. Going to get a little follow-up damage. Still not quite enough.
Oh, Armeo
takes down both plants, but now it's Philip caught behind enemy lines. Lawrence is TP'd back into the fray. Going to be looking to chase Philip down. And Philip will be able to walk that one out. Does cost him about half his HP, though, Rooted.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder now whether or not we just see Chad stick around on this top side. Philip taking a massive chunk of HP there just for TPing in to that top lane as Trevor running. Okay, was trying to run defense. Mixture, not to be thwarted. Stops the recall, and Bradley, I mean, he has teleport, so he will be able to get back to this lane, and it looks like Philip is going to be able to catch this wave under the turret. So despite the slightly awful TP, not going to mean as much, but what this does is stop that snowball from rolling, right? We saw Citadel execute a very good gank and dive on this top side, where we should now see Lawrence really far behind in experience and struggling in this 1v1, but that HP threshold that Philip lost on that teleport is going to stabilize the laning phase just a little bit for Lawrence and make it a little bit easier for him to sustain.
Yeah, and such a big question that you gotta ask about top laners in 2025 is, what's your Ambessa look like? We haven't gotten to see a ton of players even get the opportunity to bust it out. It gets banned so frequently. This is the first time we're seeing Lawrence on it, and so far struggling in a tough matchup, but gonna be eyes on him throughout this entire game, right? Can you land those clutch perfect executions? Can you get in to be able to find the crucial targets that you need, this immobile Victor, this immobile Varus, and really be able to make the most out of the champion? So far, that extra mobility that makes her a little bit of a menace in lane, it's not paying off for him, and Philip going to be able to force out the flash one-on-one.
And there's that snowball, right? That early gank, the early experience lead that gives you, gives Philip level 6 a little bit earlier. Now going to look to push, and guess who's on the top side still? Armeo, he's at the Void Grubs right now, so maybe they won't be able to find a second kill, but what they will be able to get is leverage of these grubs. The top prio means that Philip can move first. Chad's trying to work his way in here, but should just be getting forced out. No prio mid, no prio top. You got to leave, buddy.
Definitely do. He's calling over Shoshi as well, who steals a grub with Mega Inferno Bomb. That is illegal. There's no way that's allowed to happen, but Shochi going to deny a stack for the feats of strength and get a little grubby back into Respawn's pockets.
Yeah, I mean, hey, that's a win. Shochi will take that every day of the week. His intention behind the ulti was to steal a grub. He steals a grub. Absolutely worthwhile to make that happen. And with that as well, like you say, denies the feat of strength stack. And we get to take a little glimpse at how that's sort of altering the rest of the map. Well, we're not seeing too many people wail away on turrets just yet, but as we move later and later into the game, we look toward any of our split pushes. Getting a grub on Ziggs feels pretty good, just in general. He takes turrets quickly anyway, giving him true damage to amp that up. Never a bad thing.
Yeah, it means that a 4-grub Respawn team is still in the cards. You're facing off against Renekton in top lane, so it's a little difficult. And Bradley, no slouch in mid either, going to get that upgrade, going to keep pushing in mid lane. So it's going to be a challenge for certain, but having the option available, certainly a nice boon for a Respawn here. And what's been a has built up a solid lead over Lawrence in the laning phase, but Lawrence doing a good job of stabilizing. That problem does not appear to be getting any worse.
No, I think that is to be expected as well, as we get to see a little recap of cheeky steal away here. No smite on Armeo means that it is just a little too tricky. And Philip on this top side actually taking the rough end of an Ambessa trade. He's going to have a wave bouncing against him, so this is not going to be too good for the Renekton for the time being, and have to walk his way back up to this top side. What I did want to highlight, though, as we are probably going to see Trevor get his recall stopped, is that in this mid lane, Bradley we've seen be quite happy to manipulate these waves and decide how that's getting played out. Sort of having the run of Shochi as well. We've seen time and time again that he's happy for that wave to come into him. But you notice the timing in which Armeo decides that he's going to take the grubs is the exact timing Bradley decides, push. Now is my time to try and get the control of the wave. Will do what he needs to get it under his turret, as he actually struggling mid lane.
Shochi with the solo kill onto Bradley. Catches Victor unawares and takes him down. Respawned now with 2 of those in the early game, looking really strong in the mid and bottom lanes.
Hey, Citadel, my bad, I'm sorry. I'll stop talking good about your players. The caster curse is coming in. Now Armeo top side.
Yeah, happening again, this time with the turret turned off. No chance for Lawrence to get out of there. Going to be another kill into Armeo's pockets, and some alone time with this turret to fill up their
that we could really, see good things from Respawn, and Shochi finding a solo kill here. We get to see Sushi come up and collect this wave under the turret, so it's not a massive snowball across the map. Sushi's able to deny a little bit of that gold going experience that isn't lost overall. In that same vein, though, it is going to be that top side versus bot side, and with the Ambessa being so far behind, I'm really worried for her power in this game, what she's actually going to be able to do. Again, the composition that we see drafted around the Ambessa doesn't particularly favor her, and it's another one of these situations where you just need to not be there, and by not being there you lose experience, and losing experience puts you even further behind. But if I drop the wave, don't I lose even more? And there's a no-win situation there when you're in that position.
Getting in for a little bit of an engage here. Trevor takes a big chunk of damage, forced to retreat up against the power of Shochi, and it is all about this second spawn at grubs. We called this out earlier. The 1 steal from Shochi leaves 4 grubs on the table for Respawn, and they're going to look to seize on the opportunity. Chad already starting them up. The first one will fall, and Armeo's on the other side of the map, so it doesn't look like Citadel intend to put up a fight for these.
Yeah, so we are going to get some small grubbies coming in for Respawn, which is very, very good. Remember, they're down 1k gold at the minute. A lot of gold sat in the Armeo-Philip duo, but they're not looking to leverage that right now. They have got a dragon for themselves. That first Ocean Drake did go down, but they can't look to fight for those grubs, right? They've put Philip down on the bot side. This was a swap initiated by Respawn. Very heads-up play from them to capitalize on the opportunity of their top laner getting dove. They just walk into the top side with their bot lane, know that they're going to play for those grubs, sacrificing a dragon, but they do pick themselves up 4 grubs. They've now obviously got a Ziggs who's going to have that true damage, and Armeo spotted on this top side isn't going to be able to find too much purchase in a lane.
Not at all. So, starting off in mid, Shochi going to get some alone time onto this turret, and the 4 grubs going to definitely help out his ability to solo push here. It's going to be an immediate TP back from Bradley to try to respond to this one. Still a solid gold lead given over to Citadel from the kills they have been able to acquire and the amount of damage they've been able to dish out to these turret plates. They've achieved quite a few in top lane, and it's contributing significantly to a little over 1k gold lead that they built up for themselves so far.
You can already see the power with which Varus does have the poking that comes out of just a serrated Dirk and the Rectrix. Might be a little bit scary just to start us off. Get to see now that this mid lane matchup is going to become very anti-fun to spectate. It will be laser plus bombs, and then the wave will go away, as we might see a 2v2 down on this bot side.
Yeah, looking to maybe get in onto Lawrence here. Philip going to be able to zone him off, and that leaves Chad one-on-one with Armeo. Not a situation that he wants to be in, as Shochi is caught out in a 2 versus 1 in his own side of the jungle, forced to satchel charge out to safety.
Look at bot lane.
Nobody drops, but Citadel are showing the power they have here, but that's a kill onto Philip. They get it in massive. The 2 versus 2. Perhaps an over-aggressive dive from Armeo and Philip. The Stormbringer does not come out. The turret keeps firing, and Philip feels the pain.
And that's the area of the map that Citadel were winning on. That's really devastating for their momentum this game. They had an area of the map that they could look to leverage, but now that is just completely deteriorated. Yes, both the kills went to Armeo, but Philip was trying to hand Lawrence a pretty big L in that matchup. Now Mixture's mid lane as well.
Yeah, looking to get onto Bradley here. We'll be able to land the stun. This is just going to be poke damage onto Shochi, though. Trevor shows up to bail out his mid laner, and Shochi says, hey, got no health, got no mana. Mega Inferno Bomb on the wave. I'm going to get out of here.
Yeah, he's done there, quite happy, and might just look to base and go out to a side lane. So this is what actually happened down on that bot side. They did look for the dive, but fortunately enough, Chad still just close enough to put enough damage down, cause enough of the threat so that Lawrence didn't get dove, and that's a nice quick pickup as well. The Zyra, who'd been relatively starved out of this game, you know, is going even with the Volley Bear, which is never something that you want to see as a Zyra in terms of farm. Finds a kill for herself as well, so getting a little bit back into this game, and kills in all the right places for Respawn and Chad's top side.
Yeah, Chad making the move up here. Philip going to be the one who gets focused, loses half his HP, but is able to slice his way out to some degree of safety. Will at least be able to pick up the XP and gold that this wave represents. We are getting very close. No, we're not, actually. I keep wanting to say we're close to Rift Herald. That is the little mini-map UI lying to me. So they've still got a few more minutes until that one is going to be up. But Dragon number 2 will be up in just about a minute. Citadel was able to take the first one of those. We'll see if they look to keep that stacking going along. Right now,
lead in this top lane was not how I foresaw us looking at this game 14 minutes in, but really happy with the position that Respawn are in at this stage. They've got kills in all the right places, 1 apiece for all their carries top side.
Yeah, Philip looking for the solo kill again. Did pop that Dominus to get the bonus rage, but still not going to be enough to take Lawrence down. A flash in onto Shochi from Armeo. Stormbringer comes out, stun connects. Mixture tries to bail him out, but it's too little and too late. Armeo gets himself that shutdown gold. Now Lawrence and Philip locked in combat on the top side. Public execution already dropped. Wasn't enough. Trevor flashes forward for the charm. Philip is looking to get the last little bit of damage, but he's made it back to his turret. And now Trevor going to juggle some of that aggro. Philip can't get the damage down in time. It's a solo kill to Lawrence. Citadel overplay their hand again.
And in the 1v2, Lawrence is able to stand firm and keep his team in this, as it started to look really rough.
Oh man, There goes Armeo. That is a fat shutdown over to Respawn. And that will be gold onto Mixture. Maybe not exactly where you want it, but that dragon is going down to Respawn. Unless Instinct has something to say about it. A nice chunk onto Sushi. A very squishy Zyra working on the Lizard. But it will end up falling. Mixture there to back him up. And this is all Respawn, baby.
It's all about unity, right? Everybody had a kill except for Mixture. So logically, had to make sure that the Rel gets the 5th kill of the game. game. Now, though, with that shutdown going into the Rel's back pocket, you do have to think a little bit like, what if that had been in Sushi? But Lawrence knows that this is where Instinct is. Going to eat a chain of corruption anyway, and then just kind of walk his way out. But a sequence of events that should have been very Citadel favored. It starts off with a great pick onto Shochi. Philip might be able to take this turret in the face of the Ziggs, which is always going to be beneficial, and actually gets that feat of strength in the turrets as well going their way. But with the pick onto Shochi early on, you think that should be good. So they sequence that into what should have been a kill on the top side, but Lawrence outplaying there as well means that he gets away from that top side and actually gets a kill where really he shouldn't have done. A little bit of an overforce from Citadel. By committing Trevor's flash and ulti onto that top side, it meant that they couldn't contest for the Dragon either. And just looking at the state of the game as well, Gordo, because I think it's important to look at where the gold lies. Respawn so far have got so much gold across the members of their team where, again, Armeo is the one picking up these kills, as we can see here. He's the one getting all of the kills. If the Volibear falls, so does this Citadel composition. And up on the top side, it's a great flash from Lawrence to get away from the knock-up of Trevor. But at this point, there's this dicey question. Can we dive this Ambassador or not? And I think Philip taking that early turret shot is just the wrong call and, just the slight misplay that happens, which makes this dive impossible.
Yeah, you call that one unlucky. It was so close to being a kill on that last auto. Very well may have just been a one-for-one trade, though. And, now with the Rift Herald spawning up, I want to call out Chains of Corruption still down for Instinct here. He went for a big chunk onto Lawrence that he just shrugged off like it was nothing. Repudiation, a hell of a drug there, as it's very difficult now for them to be able to find an engage angle. And Armeo redeploying out of the bottom side, second top side objective in a row, where Volibear's just not here.
So again, this is now a game where neutral objectives are looking to be slightly favored for Respawn, but the turrets and the kills as well that Armeo has is going to be their large buying power for this game. Looking to make a play down on this bot side. Once again, it looks like Lawrence is the focus, as they're now waiting for Bradley to push this wave in. This time around, Lawrence recognizes, okay, can't be here. I will not be dove under the turret for a fourth time in a row.
Yeah, you know what? I think Lawrence has done a solid job in these situations. I just need to see the rest of Respawn making some kind of cross map happen. They were taking a full team reset here, so it's a kind of free play that they make onto Lawrence. He backs off. He doesn't give up any additional gold, but that turret's done for, and not really anything clapped back on by the Respawn side, so they find themselves at a gold deficit, even while they are ahead in kills and grubs and tied in dragons.
Yeah, and I think as well for Citadel, taking this tier 1 turret shouldn't be too difficult either. They can get push in both of those side lanes quite easily. As soon as they do that, they can look to move into the mid lane. Just a 5-man grouping might be enough to take that tier 1 turret, and then the game becomes a lot more open, a lot more fluid for them. We can start to look at how these win conditions actually look to play out, because as we get later into the game, I do think Citadel are going to struggle. They are outranged for the most part. They don't have the easiest way to get Armeo to just chop through Respawn, let's say, because Respawn's composition is very good at handling a Volibear with this Rel, with the zone control of the Ziggs of the Zyra. So the emphasis really is on Citadel to try and push the pace of this game. I know we're 20 minutes in, but they've got to do something a little sooner.
Yeah, well, the Rift Herald does get its way in onto mid turret. They are the first ones to take this out. Now they're using it as an escape. Trevor popped quickness?
That's not how that works, I'm afraid.
Huh. Well, there's going to be a second turret taken.
Well,
Chad
massive,
with some fancy Rift Herald mechanics, and Trevor with some mechanical misunderstandings of how the Rift Herald works.
And look at the
results in
gold.
Respawn getting 2 turrets.
Look at the gold now, right? That gold lead that we were talking about, and all the control that Citadel had. Now all of a sudden they're trying to get push in lanes where their turrets aren't there and they don't have that safety to fall back to, and it might become quite difficult for them to finish off this tier 1 turret. Look, maybe, cast a curse on the flip side this time round, where thinking it could have been quite simple for Citadel to take that play and take that tier 1 turret, but Sushi standing here, defending it definitely with his life. We'll see how much of it he has to give to make sure that it stands firm. But we do have now a little bit of a split on those neutral objectives. Atakan is on the top side, where we're seeing down on the bot side Drake is going to spawn. Now neither one of these two teams have an awful lot of buying power, or rather stake on these dragons, let's say, because they've only got 1 apiece. Soul not particularly close for either side, but I think as we've gone through Season 25, teams have begun to realise taking Atakan is not as easy as taking Dragon, so it's a lot lower stakes to try and start this up.
Absolutely is here, so let's see what happens as this dragon fight starts to break out. Lawrence up in the front line, a little cut off by the gravity well from the rest of the team, but no opportunity to capitalize from the Citadel. Dragon down to about half HP. Mixture looking for the engage onto Trevor. Won't quite land the stun. There's a TP being channeled. It's going to be Philip on the flank in the back line, looking to get his way on through. Shad tries to steal the dragon, cannot get it. It's smited down by Armeo. Now going to be an engage coming through from Philip. He gets blown up by Sushi into the back line. Goes Lawrence, holding them down with the public execution. Bradley gonna be the next target, dodges away from a bouncing bomb. Trevor trying to create some space, but he will be hunted down and finished.
And in these 5v5s, it's just so difficult for Citadel. How do the melees get in if they're not all pixel perfect with their timing? Philip goes in first. He gets melted by the triple carries present on Respawn. Then Trevor decides to go in afterwards. He gets taken down as well. And unless all three of their dive targets coalesce together on the backline of Respawn, it's so difficult for Citadel to play out these fights. The saving grace, Armeo takes the dragon. He steals it away, wins out on that smite fight. But Philip goes in first, focusing onto Chad, but Mixture there immediately with a stun. Satchel as well knocks up the Renekton and pushes him a bit further away. All the while, the rest of Citadel just kind of watching, and then Trevor decides, okay, now's my time to go in, but to what end, right? And unfortunately, it was just to die.
Yeah, it certainly was here. My feed of the game is completely...
I'm afraid
all right,
people at home...
I found one that works. I found one that works.
As Mixture's now the one caught out, or not.
Yeah.
His team's here.
Yeah, going to try to dive forward.
Oh,
Here comes Chad over the wall, looking to find the engage. Knockup connects onto Armeo, and he will be forced to retreat. Chad nearly going to get taken down by the Chaos Storm. Manages to stay. As they win another fight on the top side.
Yeah, and if my Ziggs can be a frontliner, I'm not worried about how the Ambessa gets to play the game, right? Like, it's very easy for the Ambessa when she's got that support of the team there. That was the concern that I had, and if we get to see Respawn play fights out like that again, very happy to see them try to limp away, and you know, he's barely able to get out. But Shochi, you can see here, walking into the face of the Fed Volibear, who has to retreat. Mixture there with a good little bit of support, but it speaks to how these teamfights are playing out, that there's not a lot that Citadel can do if they don't all combine together.
Yeah, definitely. So moving up towards the Otacon here, taking a look at what these plants can offer. They are able to take that one down, get themselves some of that bonus XP, set themselves even further ahead. But Respawn have taken themselves the gold lead for the first time this game. Citadel starting to lose their grip. They got more items into the Volibear, but going to kind of just be trying to scale up as a tank on this point, and the rest of the squad been a little bit more starved in gold. You can start to see the value from this Ziggs, from this Ezreal, and from this Ambessa are starting to exceed their counterparts.
Yeah, and we now need to see Bradley really get kind of in the face of Respawn at this point. Has opted for that Lichbane second as well, which is geared very much toward being that mid-range carry. You know, it's changing your damage profile from just your ulti and your laser, but now to be able to add in a little bit of extra damage from your Q and from the bonus auto attack damage that you're going to get from that. Definitely something that's going to be tricky up against an Ezreal, a Ziggs, and a Zyra, but something that he's going to need to do, use that flash to try and get aggressive, find maybe a one-shot combo onto Shochi, onto Sushi, and maybe try and augment the fight in that way by just taking out one of these carries. Armeo now spotted out down on this bot side, and with so much attention top lane now.
Oh, Lawrence and Philip locked in a one-on-one again. Sterix Gage going to do some work to get that shield up and keep Philip standing as he chases further and further. Yeah. Lawrence does not have enough dashes in the kit to keep himself alive. Philip will walk away with a solo kill.
That's what Citadel needed. 2 items versus 2 items. It's an even matchup, but the Renekton just has the way with Ambessa, right? The nature of that matchup is it's so tricky for Lawrence to try to play it. That maneuverability doesn't really mean anything versus Renekton, who can point and click CCU and get the Q channeled in your face. And that may well mean that all of a sudden Atakan gets taken by Citadel. And the pendulum, as it was swinging towards Respawn and being in their favor, now begins to swing back to Citadel, who commit double TPs up to this top side to secure this Atakan.
Definitely.
Look at Trevor, look at
Otacon
Bradley.
going to be the
Look at
next
their
big
angle.
focus. Sushi trying to peg away with a little bit of these Mystic shots, get himself some degree of poke damage on through, but it's Lawrence who is still missing. This is a 4 versus 5 as Bradley is looking for a flank. It will be smited down by Armeo, but the Roses getting cleaned up by Mixture right afterwards. Bradley is here on the flank. They've got Respawn pinched. They find their engage. Armeo Stormbringer into the middle of everybody to cut down 2. Lawrence arrives with the TP, but he's just here to reinforce 2 against 5. It's such an odd-numbered fight here for Respawn, and they are not the favored side. Lawrence has got to get himself out of here. Shochi and Sushi will retreat as well, but they are on the wrong side of the map. They do not have a clear path to safety, and Citadel Gaming have no interest in giving him one. Over the wall goes Lawrence. He takes down Bradley. They split themselves too far, and Respawn capitalize.
Yeah, and they've taken such a long time by wasting the time of Citadel that maybe they can try to stop the dragon as well. Sushi's still very high on HP. Shochi needs to go back to base because he doesn't have the mana to contest, and it might just be that we see Citadel take this dragon, put themselves to soul point. Chad has to walk the long way from the base, but the team of Citadel are here as well.
Yeah, looking to get a little bit further in. Lawrence going to dive on forward. Philip doing his best, but will get cut down by Armeo, and this dragon is free to claim.
It's a bit all over the shop. We've had a couple of dodgy calls, we've had contests where we shouldn't have had, and we are starting to see the scrappy nature of the qualification stages come to fruition. You mentioned the secure by Armeo, but a little bit of a feed for both who can get the flowers and who can find the fight, and we see a really good collapse. Those 3 members going together, right? Trevor, Philip, Armeo, they're all in there, and yes, they take a lot of damage, but they play with HP as their resource. They're able to get out without dying, and that's what's pivotally important. Then we see, again, the split after the fact. Bradley just trying to poke his head in and see if he could catch somebody out off guard on the resets, but gets taken down from it. And then, of course, we see Lawrence also falling after the fact. So Citadel so far are not out of this fight yet, and yes, they've still got this gold lead. Yes, they've now got soul points, so they have a little bit of stake on the map as well. They have that little bit of pressure that means, okay, we might be able to play for a Baron trade where we're going to see Respawn pressured to take the dragon, and that means that they can work up towards the Baron, or they could just try and find a fight around the soul. But I do still fear for these 5 versus 5s. I do still fear for when Citadel look to try and take fights on even footing, and when Respawn are there as a 5-man core, for how that fight looks.
Yeah, going to look like it's going to be a pretty close battle as well, as we are just neck and neck in the gold value between these two teams. Citadel, of course, 1 dragon away from that Chemtech soul that could very well push them over the edge, especially as this Victor continues to get stronger and stronger, but it's definitely not at an irrecoverable point yet, and Respawn have done a great job of being able to section off Bradley and get him out of the fight before he starts getting those big growing ultimates that can become a huge problem. But timer may be running out here. Citadel looking to potentially start up this Baron. Might just be clearing out some vision.
It is a slightly slow Baron, right, with Poke Varus, and Victor maybe with Lichbane can help a little bit. Trevor
going on in. Trevor going to just barely be able to
Rakan's
dodge away
from
those Strangle Thorns.
And, you know, so the look toward the Baron isn't as easy. They're kind of looking to play with the heals and the shields that the Rakan offers to slowly whittle it down, while Instinct probably pokes out, while Bradley pokes out as well. I mean, we're 30 minutes into this game, Gordo, and I think that this has been a pretty close run thing, and the only thing I have to say at this point is 2 more, please. I think that this best of 3 has the promise to deliver, and I think Game 1 is certainly giving us that again, when we've got players who have played, was it 177 games in Tier 1 versus an organization and a team that's just newly formed and has got 1 Tier 1 game under their belt. It's good to see that the old guard and the new guard going against one another are certainly giving us a good series.
Yeah, and Rude, you've cast your curse so much today already. Oh, Mixture potentially caught out and taken down by Instinct. Trevor will be able to jump back over the wall, and Citadel now a man up. 30 minutes, 30 seconds in with Baron on the table, Rude.
But nothing's going to happen. It's the way that we build it up, and then we have to temper our expectations. What this probably means is that control will be set up around the bot side. This is the soul for Citadel. They had 2-3 minutes where they could play around on the top side where there's no dragon to take. But now, when they've got this slight advantage, would like to see them do the sure thing, which is not to say that anything is a sure thing with such a small advantage that they have. As Bradley walks forward, top side. Okay, Shochi's going to get out. But the safer play is to try and play for this soul. Playing for the Baron, we know Baron throws exist. It's been a thing in North America for many, many moons at this stage. So we're not going to look to throw around that Baron and instead set up around that dragon.
Definitely Baron going to be a big point of focus for these next couple of moments. Citadel got their man advantage, but they didn't get a chance to actually go in and take that purple worm. They didn't feel comfortable enough with their setup, even after having picked Mixture. So now Mixture going to be back here on the board. Didn't lose too much for that death, but vision control around the objective does still belong to Citadel. But now there's going to be Dragon to consider as well. Might start to see some of these big objective trades.
Well, maybe start to poke and prod away with some lasers, but it's the poke Varus' time to shine around this objective. 3.5 items. Sushi as well on this Ezreal needs to start stepping up, needs to start fielding some of these Mystic shots and poking out away at Citadel.
Definitely. Now coming in on the flank, Trevor looking to be able to get onto the bulk of the Respawn members, but being marked by Lawrence, who is on vision. It's a game of cat and mouse as both teams look to position themselves just close enough to their team to be safe, but just far enough away to not be a juicy engaged target for the opposing support. Over the wall, Lawrence is thrown into the middle of the team. They have to pull the trigger, but rooted up. Mixture blows the Magnet Storm. Still stolen away from the Baron. Shochi able to make his mark and prevent the soul from coming through for Citadel, but Lawrence is already down. The rest of Respawn have got to back away. Bradley on just a sliver of HP will be able to blast cone himself back out as Trevor fends off any remaining members. It is a 1-for-0 in favor of Citadel, but Respawn, they've got the health bars, they've got the positioning, and they walk away with the Dragon.
Yeah, they've got inside track on mid lane, so they'll be able to take this tier 2. Looking toward the Baron is a very risky place. There's a TP into the pit as well, trying to catch Respawn on their way out. Bradley here, a little bit isolated for the time being.
Getting in there onto Chad. He's just a squishy Zyra. He's left out in the middle of nowhere. Goes into stasis, but he will be mauled by Armeo when he gets out of there. Bradley, the one who picks up the kill credit, getting some much-needed gold into the victor. Sochi trying to take his recall will be interrupted by Philip. Citadel Gaming are picking Respawn apart, Rudude.
And in the 5v5, it is Citadel that come out on top, just Sushi and Mixture. The upstart bot lane duo from 2024 to defend the Baron.
Definitely a huge issue to not be able to have the members to contest. Baron on Citadel's hands. They are wearing purple for the next few minutes. What can they get done across the map? It was looking so good for Respawn after the Dragon Steal, but it's fallen apart.
And ultimately, it's the space that Citadel had that nets them this fight and nets them this Baron as well. It's great that the steal comes through for Respawn, but they didn't have enough space. They hadn't taken enough from Citadel to force them to engage, and it's Citadel beginning to understand what their drawbacks of their composition are and what they do very well. I hope that we get a replay so we can start to break it down for you. This Citadel, they're staying on their battle lines. If they go in to this Respawn composition, they're going to lose. But you can see they never really cross the threshold of that Dragon Pit. The second they go too far forward, Bradley takes all of his HP and they know that they can't take that fight. And it's the drawback of the Respawn comp where there's actually nobody supporting Lawrence. Yes, Lawrence can go in and be a HP sack, but nobody's helping him in there.
Armeo going to get a little bit of a chunk onto his health bar there as soon as he steps on up. Will still be plenty tanky to be able to keep the battle going. True Shot Barrage comes out across, knocking Instinct just a little bit lower, but the defense on this turret is tough up against a Baroned up Citadel.
And the poke as well from Avaris now, can do it from Fog of War as well, and that just makes it even more difficult for Respawn to try to defend. Tier 2 turret in the mid lane has gone down, Tier 2 in the bot lane as well going to fall, so that gold lead getting a little bit bigger. Every single chance that Citadel get, they're up to 7,000 now, and those drawbacks, those issues that you have, or that I have, with the composition that Citadel have drafted for themselves, how it plays into Respawn, they start to get offset by the fact that they've just got more money.
It definitely is making a difference here in the wallets department. Bradley especially getting himself stacked up here, 3 items in, nearly a 4th completed, plus those Merc Treads. Those lasers are going to hurt any member of Respawn at this stage. They don't really have that kind of true tank the way that Armeo's building up. He's going a little hybrid, sure, but he's still plenty tankier than something like this Zyra.
And you can see the HP that he gets from that shield as well. Like 500-600 HP is nothing to scoff at either, so definitely someone who can step into that front line and make a bit of a difference, as Chad just barely able to get out of the chain of corruption fired from Instinct. But this tier 2 turret is going to go down. Remember, this is Lichbane Victor, so AP Mages have been dealing damage to turrets for a while now, and with a Lichbane on top, they're going to do far more.
Really is. So the inner turret will fall. That's every inner turret down for Respawn. Citadel ballooning their gold lead up to about 8K. That is a massive advantage here, Rudude. Respawn just getting wallet diffed here. They are going to need to be able to find some kind of miraculous pick to get themselves an opportunity to really be able to win these fights, because true AD carry or no, there's just going to be so much more itemization available for the Citadel side.
I think the saving grace almost as we head into the Drake spawning in about 30 seconds time is that Respawn have got 4 item carries, right? They've got a very heavy hitting Ziggs and Ezreal who will be able to keep themselves hopefully at a large range and keep themselves safe in these fights. The difference comes in that top and that jungle where we've got 4 item Volibear, 4.5 item Renekton, and now they're just looking to scrap it out. Mid lane Prio for Respawn, and Armeo looking to stop this, but this is a massive collapse, massive flank on all angles.
Tons of damage coming on through here. Instinct, though, a little bit sectioned away. They throw a Mega Inferno Bomb at him. They get him for over half his HP, but the rest of the pick does not transpire. Chad takes a big chunk from Bradley on the flank. They've got Redemption coming on through, but Chad going to be forced to flee. Armeo has found him, and Philip has torn Mixture apart. The closest thing to an engage Respawn has got is now off the board, and this is going to be a potential Dragon Soul for Citadel. Respawn with just no way in. They are forced to retreat.
Yeah, taking space is really tricky for Respawn, and they sacrificed all the space when they looked to go mid lane. They then decide to try and turn back toward the dragon, knowing they're going to lose soul, but this composition that they have doesn't take space. It lets people come into them very well, but they were never set up around that. They should have been looking to try and take a trade, take an inhibitor in the mid lane, leverage that power, leverage that in some other way, but they sort of get caught with the tail between their legs, not really too sure how to look to negotiate that situation, and Citadel come out massively on top with finding a kill, finding the soul. And just looking at this fight as well, Sushi and Shochi are zoned out on that top side. Mixture and Chad can never walk back through this choke. The second they do, Trevor with a really nice engage, and there's just not enough support coming back. You know, that space that I talked about being bought by the Ziggs, by the Zyra, just not a thing when they're on the wrong side of the fight.
Absolutely here. So now we look towards this top side. Baron going to be up in about 50 seconds. Respawn as out-resourced as they have ever been from this state, now without the Dragon Soul as well. But they can't give this one up for free. They have to posture. They have to try to catch Citadel in a mistake. But the experience on this roster, the LTA veterancy, nearly 200 Tier 1 games played, they are not the types to make those sorts of mistakes. Respawn going in on a prayer here as they look to find somebody caught unawares. I
think that now what we're seeing Respawn really start to try and jostle for that position, right? They should be looking to cut off chokes, make it so that Citadel have to push into them, walk through the minefields, walk through the Zyra plants, make it so they have to face check and have to walk into this composition, because that's when the Citadel gaming composition is really going to struggle. But you know, I'm looking at it, Armeo's walked his way into the river and so far has been unscathed, and Trevor has actually made his way into a very unique angle where he might get access to shoot Sushi, to Shochi, and nobody's going to know.
Nobody will know. So there's going to be a potential engage coming in from Armeo on the top side. Trevor on a deep flank angle as well, where he is unspotted. He finds his way in right on top of Shochi, who will be melted. No ultimate used, no magic damage available. Lawrence is dropped as well as the fight breaks out around that engage. Bradley solos out Shochi, and it is a 5-for-0 ace with a triple kill to Philip to cap off game number 1. Citadel Gaming are leading the series against Respawn.
That's Trevor Roy, baby. The super code takes him into the backline and takes Citadel 1 game up in this series. Takes down Shochi, they take down everybody on Respawn afterwards. And game number 1, through thick, through thin, but by the end of it with a 10k gold lead, Citadel take the first match.
Excellently done by Citadel here. They start to falter a little bit in the early stages, but once we get into that hyper late game, once we're Baron dancing and Soul dancing, that's where Citadel feel at home and they come up with a big win.
It was a really solid team fight, and my concern was how those team fights were going to play out for Citadel, but they had all the answers. They knew what the issues were going to be, and they found ways around them as well. Getting Trevor into that pocket of vision, getting him to use the cone to get in, and making sure that Armeo is just distracting just slightly enough, that there's not quite enough of vision. Nobody's marking the Ricard, nobody's spotting out where that engage angle is coming from, and it costs Respawn in the end. Citadel were almost down, I think, in that game by like 1, maybe 2k gold was the biggest disadvantage they ever had, and there was a sequence of plays where we saw Chad on some really good Rift Herald drifting, getting an advantage back for Respawn and really starting to turn the tides of that game, but just one quick pick and a couple contests too many fall into some sloppy mid-game shenanigans, and Citadel more than happy to capitalize.
Indeed, and it comes up with a lead in the series, but not the end of the series by any means here. They are going to still be in contention here on the Respawn side, but it's going to be 2 more games of Fearless, and you're going to have to change up what your approach is going to be. It was a tough run there for them, starting at around the 25-minute mark. Let's see if they can clean up that late game as they come into game number 2, Voodoo.
Yeah, I think that they should be looking to make game number 2 even more competitive. We had, like you say, 25 games, or 25 minutes rather, a very competitive, very close League of Legends, and we can only hope for something like that again.
Well, with that, we're going to throw it to a quick break here while we get into game number 2, but do not go anywhere. We're going to be right back as Respawn versus Citadel Gaming continues.
for a monster flank. Shuriba Shuffle goes out, Lightning Crash down, Ariel
Ariel
buys
low!
himself some time. The Shockwave goes out as well. Cozy going in, the Dragon was completely abandoned. Citadel actually coming away with the first couple of kills here. Galaxy falling apart. They bend, but they do not break. Citadel come away the winners in the fight. 4v4 as Kim Down goes in with the Magnet Storm. Lightning Crash goes down as well. Big ol' shockwave. So much damage in these straight up 5v5s. This team is so gosh darn good. Armeo able to go forward. Ariel gonna buy himself some time with the Shuriba Shuffle, but again, it's a similar story. Bradley comes up big with a shockwave, and Citadel walk away with still a 4v4. One kill against one. Cozy going down here maybe, but wasting a lot of time here.
Noribee's pushing mid. Can Galaxy try to get a tower or something for their trouble? At this point, Galaxy's in full damage control. They want to buy as much time as possible. Cozy's being annoying. Okay.
He's wasting so much time. Like you said, Inoribe got...
See some clutch factor from Ariandel. He was the Fed carry on the side of Galaxy, and he's been the first to die in the last two fights. He needs to have some self-preservation in this fight, but no flash means he's the obvious target, and the soul's already gone.
It's already gone in the blink of an eye. All they can do is get something in the fight for it afterwards. There goes the Sky Splitter crashing down there with the Volley Bear Armeo going forward, but the Shockwave comes down as well as the Cyclone Instinct staying free here. Ariandel trying to get in and be that big playmaker that they need. Cozy will go down. Philip picks up the kill as well as the Mountain Soul for Citadel.
That's a huge win. Citadel might picked up great control over the river, and Galaxy, they try to go for a last-ditch fight, but they can't find it. Now they need to get back and try to defend, but Citadel does.
Done and deleted. Citadel, you give these guys an inch, they're going to take a out Ariandel. That should do it. It's just Kaido left. A lot of low health targets, but even if he gets one, he won't be able to get them all. Citadel.
How this fight goes, all eyes on Cozy for this one.
Absolutely. Yeah, big advantage in the Summoner Spell department. Good pointing that out. Philip and Armeo, or Philip and Cozy, I should say, locking a duel in the bottom lane. Here comes the TP. Does Ariandel and company have control over this one? Trevor going in, gets the Solar Flare down, but Kaido able to swipe the Dragon away. What will happen in the fight? Kim Down taking a lot of body shots. Big explosive cast. Philip from out of nowhere with no threat. Now he goes over the wall to finish it off. Ariandel caught out in a rough spot. Philip, the MVP of this fight so far, leaving Instinct completely free to do what he can. Cozy gets the shutdown, but not before his team is scattered to the winds.
There it is yet again, 4-1-4. They are able
to South Beach, if you will, but another...
Welcome back, everybody, to today's broadcast of the NACL Open Qualifier, where Citadel Gaming find themselves up 1-0 over Respawn Esports after a very neck-and-neck game number one, Rooted.
Yeah, I think it speaks to the caliber of this Citadel roster, right? That 177 Tier 1 appearances, that they were able to come away with a victory in that game. I think they were definitely in a little bit of a tricky position, but they found their way out of it. And they found themselves in a position where they could now actually take team fights, where they could find themselves in a position to take objectives as well. And it's worth saying that the smites as well from Armeo were pretty much on point throughout that game. There was one stolen away from him, but by and large, pound for pound on the jungle smite game as well may not seem like it has that much effect through the course of a game, but individually sequencing those into what ended up being 3 smite fights for Dragons, a Atakan as well, all of those going the way of the jungle for Citadel feels pretty good.
Yeah, it really does. So going to be leaning back on that late game skill to be able to navigate their way on through, and having a really solid performance up on that top side of the map as well. That was somewhere that we highlighted that we expected Citadel to have a little bit of an advantage, and they showed that advantage in game number one, where they come on up with multiple kills off of really well executed dives, a solid advantage for Philip on the Renekton, and Philip shows up and performs for them.
Yeah, and I don't think, in fairness, that this was a game where we just got to see an outright gap in the top lane or in the jungle either. I think Chad had a very good game, and I think that Lawrence individually as well played pretty darn well. But the pressure that was put onto the top lane was really hammered home, as we can hopefully get to look at some of the highlights now of that last game and take a look at quite what went so well for Citadel as well.
Yeah, absolutely here. So and see some of these early fights that broke on out, and Trevor, of course, making his name known up on the top side as well. This is a play where Lawrence actually manages to work his way out, but I think there were more plays where he didn't get out than plays where he did, Rude.
Yeah, and I think that this is the talk about just the individual skill level for Citadel, where they're just thinking, okay, we can go for these plays, we can hands check, where unfortunately that's just one bridge too far. But again, another secure there for Armeo, and this was one of my concerns looking at this fight, right? Like the composition is definitely difficult to try and navigate, to try to play out, but they did manage to make it work in the end. And we've seen a couple of highlights of Respawn, and it's kind of highlighting why we thought that this game could have gone their way, but hopefully we'll start to spin into why Citadel ended up looking so darn strong. And this is a 4v5 that they took and managed to come out on top of.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, taking this Otacon was definitely huge for them, finally being able to win a smite fight to get that Dragon Soul, and they put themselves into such good positions to take these objectives through the setups they had in the early game. Remember, even when Respawn were able to get themselves a kill lead, it never really manifested in those long-term advantages in gold, because it was pressure on the plates, it was pressure on the dragons, it was really solid gold generation and farming around the board for Citadel Gaming, and it ended up with them getting a lead that they really just couldn't be denied coming into the later game. Yeah, and it was all about those cross maps as well. I remember you saying to me, Gordo, I really wish Respawn would make a cross map when our top lane is getting dove, and we just didn't get that. We were always looking at the bot lane or the top lane or wherever Lawrence was and whichever turret he was getting dove under, and then we'd pan to the rest of the map and it's just even farming. It's just nice and chill, nice and peaceful, which isn't what you want as your top lane is getting dove under the turret. And again, there were a couple of instances where Citadel overplayed their hand, right? We saw a dive in that highlight package that got turned around. We also saw down on the bot side a little bit of an issue and an over chase where Chad falls, and hopefully as we move into game number 2 here, we will see that sequestered by Citadel as they look to put this game and this series to bed a little bit quicker. So back in it to Ye Olde Champions Select. Remember, everything that we saw in game number 1 is Fearless banned away, so we will have no repeat picks here. It does look like we have the side swap as well. Citadel going to be on the blue side, meaning Respawn opting to move over to red in game 2 of this best of 3, feeling like if they can get some counter picks, perhaps for Lawrence in the top lane, that they might be able to find themselves in better position coming in to the second match.
And already the sort of nature of our picks, maybe our bans as well, begin to change. Trying to see if we can get a little bit of a comparison. The first pick, obviously, with Ambessa being taken off the board, is no longer available, right, with that Fearless draft. And with Ezreal and Varus both off the table as well, you're looking at AD carries like Ashe to see where their priority lie, Corki as well. So Ashe was banned in the previous game. This time round, looks like Citadel are happy to have left it open, and whether or not that becomes their first pick or something that we see highly prized, we'll have to keep our eyes out for.
All right, well, there's a Jace. This is a flex pick between Philip and Bradley. Could go to either of them, both very, very skilled on it in their own right. But now what are we going to end up seeing? You mentioned that Ashe being left up. That's a signature pick for Sushi in my mind. This guy's Ashe has been flawless most of the times he's been able to bring it out, and looks like Respawn want to snag it right here. So first pick to Sushi, 2 games in a row. Respawn know where their bread is buttered.
Yeah, and I think that this Jace, again, with the flexibility that it gives them, makes Respawn attempting to counterpick it really, really dangerous. They are going to have complete information when they go into their red 5 pick, but for now they probably just play it safe, take a jungler to make sure that they don't reveal too many of their hands as well, and make sure that the matchup that they find for themselves in either of the solo lanes isn't disastrous either. And they are just going to go a little bit more aggressive here. So we're banking on having early prio in the early game with the Xin Zhao locked in. Would like to see Chad get down and dirty, find some kills early doors, and now
question with the Maokai lock-in. As that's a classic Armeo pick. You know, this is really where this guy has made his name throughout a lot of his career, is playing these sorts of supportive junglers. He's been drawing the Sejuani bans throughout this series, and that is for plenty good reason, as he will go over to the Maokai this time around. This is another pick that has been big for him throughout this tournament. He's gotten a couple of Maokai games already, gotten a couple of Maokai bans as well, and now going to set up for, looks like some Wombo combo AoE here with the Misfortune locked in for Instinct.
Yeah, and I'm not against this style of composition for Citadel, but it is a little bit of a change up from what they saw in game number 1, where now they're the ones kind of looking to play at range almost with this composition, where they are just looking to sit back, poke out with the Jace, use the MF bullet time, and I actually really like this Scion because so far we see 2 of the theoretically 3 damage dealers coming through for Citadel, and neither of them particularly kill a tank very well, so the Scion could have pretty large emphasis this game, and I like the idea that they're already swapping and theorizing that this is going to be a Jace for Bradley. They want to get rid of bad matchups for the Scion in that top lane. They're banning out that Gwen, probably going to look to ban out something, maybe even like a Mordekaiser, right? A little bit out of left field, but something that can also chop through a tank. And that's their idea moving into the second round of picks. Because so far, if this Scion just stacks armor, he will not be killed.
That's certainly true, and it's right in Lawrence's wheelhouse as well, right? This is the kind of pick that he's made a lot of his name on, being able to execute on these tanks, being able to farm up, being able to survive up against that pressure. And Scion just about the best at it all around, going to be able to clear out these waves, get a little bit of comeuppance if you do end up dove and killed, making sure that you stay up in gold, that you're able to keep farmed up, and that you will be able to be that big engaged force that your team needs you to be later on the front line for this Ashe to go side by side with the Xin Zhao, and we'll find out what Shochi is going to be piloting as well. But I could smell a potential double DPS comp here, and there's that Azir snapped on up for Shochi.
There's a couple really spicy things that we could see from Citadel. I mean, Armeo's Maokai is incredible, right? We know this to be a thing, but they could flex it to support. They could look to try and get another damage dealer out in the jungle role. Something like a Brand here wouldn't necessarily be awful to try and get through that Scion. And I mean, if they're looking at, you know, going into that hyper late game, maybe they go for something completely different and off the wall. They know that they're playing against an Azir. Bradley goes for the Akali here, so we are going to be diving, and it looks like we're opting into ignore Sion's existence as our strategy for success and hope that we can come back to him at the end.
Definitely, Nautilus might very well be this last pick here for Trevor. Would give them another quick little go button, another source of lockdown for either this Ashe or this Azir. Definitely a solid selection all around, and Misfortune Nautilus together going to be quite the dangerous lane duo. Let's see what their response is going to be from the Respawn side. To go with this Ashe could be another big source of ranged hard CC in the Leona to lock somebody down all game long.
Yeah, good idea to take the Leona when the Brom's banned. I mean, they're setting up for this Nautilus pick with that ban as well. No Brom to interrupt the MF, nor to block the bullet time as well, which is obviously very, very solid for them. So you go for the next best thing, which is when the Nautilus hooks in, you can attempt to stun him and make it so that the Nautilus doesn't get as easily out, maybe, as we might have hoped. But overall, an idea to try and forget that Scion exists, move into just kill the Azir, kill the Ashe, which isn't flawed in its own right. Like, you have the idea there, they just have to be able to execute on it. Akali, very good at killing immobile AD carries. AD carry players will know. And also has the chops to be able to try and dice with an Azir as well.
Yeah, you know, Bradley, a very experienced Akali player in his own right as well. He used to play this top lane over on Team Liquid Challengers, and definitely has a storied history with it in mid lane as well. It's one of his favorite picks. Love to see that they are going for this here on Citadel's side, especially when they're up 1-0 in the series. Look to see if they're going to be able to create themselves the advantage, and it does look like we're going to highlight our MVP from game number 1 here. It was Armeo on the Volibear, being that big force in the early game to keep Citadel in it and get them the win eventually.
It was definitely a tricky one to call. I think I was going into the green room sort of like, I'm not too sure which way we could have sliced this. Trevor obviously with a game-winning engage, but I think the consistency from Armeo and him being the focal point of the early game sort of led me to probably just taking it to him instead and being able to make the difference in the smite fights that counted as well.
Definitely. Big Stormbringers across the board. Definitely that big frontline force that the team needed, going a little bit of off damage as well, as the Volibears do frequently build these days, and it was just the right balance of kill threat, plus just unending tankiness that the rest of the team on the side of Respawn just could not get through.
No, and yeah, you get to see, right, these early dives, these plays, these picks, they're all really off the back of the Volibear, making that difference. As much as Mix, he's trying here to defend his Ziggs, doesn't quite have what it takes to do so. So congratulations to Armayo for that Game 1 MVP. Again, a tricky one to call, but looking into Game number 2, has his hands on his patented almost Maokai at this stage, knows exactly what we should be expecting from him, and more so what his role in this game is going to be.
Definitely. So, going to be on that Maokai, probably going to end up with a little bit less damage dealt than the Volibear did this time, but I expect to see a similar approach here, right? Especially when you talk about things like this top lane. You can still go in and try to get those early leads up against the Scion. You can still try to dive him when you're Maokai Jace and see if you can use that twisting advance to make sure you're going to be able to stay alive for long enough to get that kill, get out with your life, and set Philip up for success. He's a very, very good Jace player. He's had some of these individual pop-off games throughout this tournament. I think his Renekton's been one of his best. That's off the board for the rest of the series, so we're going to need to see a little bit more out of him as he shows off a little bit more of that champion pool.
Yeah, need to see what the depths of the pockets will give him, and hopefully we'll get to see some good stuff as well in game number 2. I'm very excited for this mid lane matchup as well. Azir versus Akali is a matchup that we have seen for so many years almost at this point, with Akali trying to bend but not break, to quote 4x4, right? That they just try and suck it up early doors, and then when they hit that level 6 marker, the power, the unleash can come through, and you can start to try to find those executes, find those solo kills. Once again, looking down at that bot side as an area of the map that has an element of control, and maybe somewhere that we're excited to keep our eyes on, because they have obviously taken 2v2 kills in game number 1, right? It may have been a little bit of a misstep from Trevor, getting himself caught out, but without jungler intervention, we got to see a kill come through. Same to be said for mid lane as well. Shochi got the better of Bradley in that initial laning phase as well. So a couple of things to keep our eyes on, just a few bright spots for Respawn to look at as we move into game number 2 off the back of having lost game number 1.
Yeah, so, and Respawn, they've got some resilience to them, right? They've lost individual games throughout this tournament before, and I think have still looked good as the series has gone on, right? When they got blasted in game number 1 by Near Airport, I think they still showed a solid performance in game at number 2. They're now going to need to find themselves in that same position again. There were very, very close fights in that game number 1 that could have gone either way. There's a world where Respawn comes out with the win. They need to remind themselves of that, not let themselves get tilted, and show up strong in this game number 2.
And a reminder as well, this is Respawn's first bout in the lower bracket. They got knocked down, as you mentioned, by Near Airport, but moving into this is now the 5th lower bracket game that Citadel have played. They are very much indoctrinated to this do-or-die lifestyle, where that pressure for Respawn only really starts when you get knocked down just last weekend. So a little bit more comfort maybe for Citadel fighting their way through this, and it probably just feels like another game of League of Legends to them that they've got to try to battle through. But knowing that their spot in the NACL is now firmly on the line, where they lose here, it is over. They will not get that chance to qualify, and we'll have to go through it again later on.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big deal to not be in the NACL for players on both of these teams, right? Looking at guys like Philip and Bradley and Instinct and Armayo on Citadel, who have been such mainstays of both Tier 2 and at times Tier 1 play over the course of their careers. But for Respawn, it's very much the same, right? Chad and Shochi have been playing together and separately in the NACL for a number of years here. Sushi and Mixture, I think, flagged by many of us as next up and players that we want to see at that level as soon as possible. It's really going to be a heartbreaker for whichever one of these two teams ends up not making it here.
As we are getting to see some semblance of standard laning finally again, with our junglers pathing away from one another as well. So gonna get to see Maokai path towards a Scion. We get to see Chad make his way down toward this bot side, and maybe impart some, let's not call it wisdom, but some action onto that bot side, as Bradley is being very aggressive in this mid lane, getting much better end of these trades versus Shochi than I'd have maybe anticipated for this matchup.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there, Rude. It's been a solid first couple of waves here for Bradley, who gets some nice trades onto Shochi. Of course, going to be low on energy for the immediate future, not quite showing that kill pressure, and not going to see that solo queue ignite that you may frequently see on Akali's over on the ladder, but still a solid early laning phase, but maybe getting baited in here as Chad approaches on the Xin Zhao. Nice tumble back away from Bradley will create the space that he needs.
Yeah, he was in a pretty precarious position for a little bit there, and might still be.
Yeah, going on forward, Shochi did shuffle his way in, but, you know, smokescreen, it does a lot against Xin Zhao, Rudy. If you can't auto-attack as the Xin Zhao, you're about done with your gank there, and much the same can be said about the Azirs, so Bradley absorbs that no problem.
Yeah, and I think that the immediate lane that we actually just got to witness was actually really telling and really defining for how this lane might start to play out. Very much favoring Bradley now. Unless Shochi can get this pushed in and actually recall under his turret, use that TP, he's really going to struggle. I think that Bradley, yeah, you can see he's trying to hold this wave, so it's going to be a struggle. And bot lane as well, they're beginning to fight as well.
Instinct falling very low here. Sushi and Mixture still flexing those 2-on-2 muscles and will be able to force a recall out of Instinct here. He also had to cleanse, so a summoner spell advantage for them as well, as Bradley finds another good trade onto Shochi. Shochi has to dash in to get the shield, but he's out of there either way as Chad sets up for a potential bot lane dive. Trevor is left alone, and I don't think he's getting away from this one, Rudu. This is about to be second game in a row. First blood to respawn bot lane, but Philip with a kill on the top side will equalize.
And Armeo is 1 HP limping out from under that turret. And Sushi now just able to get out to safety, so AD carry gets a kill, top laner gets a kill in response. Not bad things overall as Instinct. Nice little BM auto attack there, going to be able to stop the recall of Mixture. But this is all very close, very tender hooks across the lanes as we get to see, you know, nice ganks on either side. This is Armeo, who's ahead of the curve currently relative to our junglers. He got a full clear in, then ganked top lane, where actually Chad only cleared 4 of his 6 camps because he went mid lane, tried to help out and keep Shochi a little bit alive, who's now no TP, maybe in a bit of trouble.
Oh, doesn't get the dash back to the soldier in time, but that's not really going to have any lasting impact. He takes the damage of the Nautilus hook, a very scary 50 or so damage to his health bar, and otherwise is going to be just fine.
And you can see already there's a lot of support coming in because his wave is pretty hard done by. But Armeo tanking first of all, drops it, attempts to at least with the twisted advancement. Does have to flash out. One more auto from Lawrence would have made it happen. 3v3.
Whoa! Mid lane coming real close. Bradley tumbles in, but will be executed by Chad. It's a 1-for-0 for Respawn so far, and they've gotten far enough away that they are home free. Citadel dedicates an extra member to mid and still lose out.
They commit Instinct's flash as well. Like that's a really big cooldown, really big tool for the MF early on. Normally, if you can use that to be aggressive, gets a couple of kills, find a little bit of a snowball, that puts you in a very good spot. And now Lawrence again in trouble up against Conqueror stacked on Philip. Wave getting worse and worse, and I think fortunately he was able to break that freeze.
Yeah, just barely. It cost him a lot of health, it cost him a lot of survivability. Let's see how this fight started off, though. Bradley maybe getting a little too overconfident in his ability to burst Chad here.
Yeah, he's looking for the shuriken flip onto the Azir, but as soon as he goes back in on it, it's an immediate stun from Mixture. The power of the Leona versus these melee divers you're getting to see be really, really impactful. Just gets stunned, gets taken out in the duration of the CC, and Bradley, again, just a little too close to the sun with that one. Even the Doran shield, not enough to keep him safe.
Not at all. Citadel going to move up to the Grubs. They should have no trouble taking this one with how strong Philip is. He's kept top lane pushed in pretty much the entire game. He's got himself a solid little lead compared to Lawrence's Scion, and I don't think Respawn have much of an interest in trying to contest for this. They can cross-map for the Dragon, though. Sushi and Mixture keeping that push in bot lane.
So for 3 Grubs this time, you would like to think no Mega Inferno Bomb from across the map. Going to snipe this one away from Armeo. And maybe we get to see him make his way down to this Dragon. Never mind, he's channeling his recall. So keeping that tempo nice and high, so we'll be able to go back to base, make a play out on the map after this, where you would expect Chad to want to do the same, but he's going to be a little bit delayed in doing that, just because he's slower to do the objective. Now, again, looking at our camps as well, Armeo actually a little bit further ahead, has a decent CS lead that looks like 3 camps to the good so far. He's got a lot of his jungle to clear as well, so this is a good timer for him to try and take a real advantage in that jungle matchup. And remember that Chad on this Xin Zhao, pressured to get things done so far. 1-0-1 has done so and is now collapsing with his team. Spots Armeo, who's on a pink ward, to try and get more of an advantage, push that lead even more.
Yeah, nice little quick invade there from the Respawn crew. They don't actually end up taking anything, but are at least on the lookout for it. Shochi has Bradley behind him now, so is going to try to retreat. Bradley will be forced to ult out to safety, so a commitment of the ultimate to force a recall out of the Azir. Not going to be anything too permanent as, oh, Bradley went back in there, by the way. I just saw him Shuriken flip on the mini-map, but still not enough to take down Shochi.
Looking at the observers here, highlighting how much vision there is on Armeo. 5 wards, that looks like, in the bot side jungle. So Mixture has walked in, you know, dropped the amount that he's got, and you get to see that Chad walked in, did the similar thing also. Still waiting to see those first sets of sweepers come through for our junglers, for our supports also. But with that complete Christmas tree situation that they've got down there, wouldn't expect Armeo to be able to do anything for the next minute or so. The documentation on where the Maokai is thorough, it is in much abundance, and they are going to know exactly what the plan is.
Yeah, they got a full dossier on this guy. Every time he steps into the bottom lane, they know his favorite food, they know where he lives, they got every little detail that you could possibly ask for. But what are they? Otherwise, they've kind of just been trading waves back and forth. Finally going to be a reset taken here, and it's actually going to be a redeploy towards top side for Respawn. They want to be geared up and ready for when Grubs respawn.
Yeah, and that's not for, you know, another minute, 2 minutes or so. So it's a very heads-up play quite early on to try to get themselves a beneficial 2 versus 1, feeling like they couldn't really leverage enough of an advantage versus the MF versus the Nautilus. So actually, looking at this on the map, Philip walked his way up to the tier 2 and then went, Sion has showed bot lane. I'm going to have to make my way all the way back down to bot side to make sure that this isn't a completely disastrous lane state for me. The idea from Respawn, I think, is to try and get the Sion out of this lane, right? Lawrence not having the best of times. It is doing pretty well in the farm, not really too far behind. But if you're getting the Sion swapped on at the very least, it now means that they are going to use the pressure of the Ashe, that early kill that they got, to be able to impact the Grubs earlier on. But look at Armeo, look at that tri-brush, he's actually behind them already.
Yeah, going to be trying to make one of these ganks happen. Armeo gets the root onto both. They do open up with the bullet time, but it's interrupted immediately still. Sushi out too far, knocked away by the Maokai and the Nautilus. It will be a kill over to Instinct.
And it's such a good idea from Sushi to try to interrupt that bullet time, and he does it successfully, but just too much CC, and unfortunately forgets the big kicker, which is that he had flash, doesn't flash anything there. Once he gets hit by that Maokai root, it's unfortunately too little too late, and he just has to bide his time and take the death.
Yeah, perhaps was hoping that Mixture will have blocked the root, but does end up finding its mark onto the both of them. Now Sushi trying to redeploy out here, does still have that flash, doesn't have the ultimate, as the Grubs are the name of the game. Chad and Mixture do not want to give this one up just because they lost that fight on top side. Snare does come through. It's on to Bradley. They're going to try to work on this Akali, get him down to about half HP. He tumbles through looking for the escape, but he's slowed up by Sushi's Ashe. And Sushi claims the feat of warfare for Respawn. And Citadel are forced to retreat.
A curious one from young Bradley there, deciding to go in. Maybe had no way out, but opting in with his perfect execution, decides that he wanted to try to get in there, try and find and make something happen. The rest of the team were not a part of that fight. They did not decide to contribute to that, and they do end up losing out on a couple of Grubs as well. Citadel do secure one of them, so they deny a feat of warfare going over and secure themselves Grubs. And overall, it's just going to cost Bradley his ult. He doesn't really lose too much in the mid lane, which is, you know, not the worst case scenario, but still a questionable one a little bit.
Definitely. Shochi getting focused on by Bradley here, trying to play the mind game, will be forced to slide back over the wall, but it costs him a lot of his HP. Bradley, luckily for Shochi, has no ultimate, but let's take a look at Bradley's attempted escape again.
Yeah, I want to know if there was actually no way out, or yeah, I think it's really tricky. Shochi's probably going to shuffle him on one side, so he has to ulti to get his stacks or to get a form of mobility. If he flips backwards, he could probably have flashed out, but deciding to save the flash and use the ulti instead. You know, arguable as to what could have happened, but I liked to go down with the ulti instead. And now as we look into as we move forward in this game, that means for the fight around the dragon, is there's a little bit of extra gold in Sushi's pocket once again, taking down the Akali, and despite that, it's actually first items being hit by Citadel first of all, the Bloodthirster coming through. That farm lead for Armeo means that he's even with the kills that the Xin Zhao has got, has that Liandry's picked up and ready, and now teleport in from Shochi's just finished that Liandry's, it's a deep CP.
They're going to be able to find that engage off of Sushi, focusing on towards Armeo, looking to be able to finish him off, and he will be the first one to drop in the fight. A flash forward from Bradley, executes Shochi and puts him in melee range with Sushi, but the rest of the squad is here to try to cover for the AD carry. Chad lands, the wind becomes lightning, takes him down, but Instinct has advanced forward and finds the shots. 2 low health bars for Respawn, soon to be 2 bodies hitting the floor as Instinct claims a triple kill to Citadel.
It's that first item spike, the Bloodthirster for the misfortune means she's able to sustain her way through the damage, find enough to get those kills. A triple kill and a 4 for 2 down on the bot side of the Rift. Citadel again in these 5v5s or 4v4s. The matched skirmishes come out on top.
Definitely really, really solid stuff from Citadel in the bottom lane as they do come on up with that win. Look at this engage, though. On towards Armeo, a great start, but Bradley is just left completely unanswered.
Yeah, no, I mean, you get to see the power that this Akali is going to have this game, where actually, if you get into the backline, you do so much damage, and unfortunately not able to channel R2, but enough to buy time and get Instinct thoroughly in the mixer, who flashes forward this time to a much greater avail, finds a couple of kills there. And unfortunately, I mean, with all of that having gone down, doesn't look like they're able to net the dragon, which may just go over to Respawn and put them 2-0 up. But again, it's about that control of the map, it's about the gold that they're getting as well. And that gold in the very correct place in Instinct.
Indeed, it is. So much money gifted over to that misfortune in an even stronger position than she was previously. Instinct is geared up to be the big carry that Citadel needs, as he has been throughout so much of this tournament. Has had such an impressive game individually throughout these last couple of weeks, and showing out here up against one of the big young prospects, challenging for his NACL spot in Sushi.
Yeah, absolutely, and giving him a run for the money as well. I think that Instinct, you know, a mainstay really at this level, should be expected to come out and handily deal with any upstarts, any up-and-coming AD carries, and as much as the laning phases have been, maybe we'll call them even, right, to save expenses on either side, but moving into these team fights, Instinct has been next level, flashing forward aggressively on this misfortune, and knowing exactly kind of where his limits are, where they lay, where that topside play where we saw Sushi go down, had the flash still available, right? These small things that end up leading into small advantages that then snowball into bigger ones. We get to see Respawn now. They're really working their way through this jungle.
Ooh, good dodge there from Philip. Manages to evade the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. They step forward on towards that Jace. Still looking to chase him down, whether they connect the stun or not. And they will claim the shutdown gold. Chad cashing out with the extra money.
Okay, so would have liked that to have gone to Sushi, but Chad's sort of having to defend his AD carry there as Philip makes one last ditch effort to try to take them down. Pushing the mid lane comes through and now move up to this top side as Shochi has maybe pushed one wave too many. There's no turret there for him to fall back to.
Ooh, shuffle back from Shochi. It's Bradley coming on up, and Instinct and Trevor right at his back. Shochi cut down, caught in the side lane, and Citadel cash out.
Yeah, again, just that one wave too many, catches himself off guard, and a good collapse from the bot lane there of Citadel. They're going to lose a little bit of prio in the mid lane to go for it, and a teleport down onto this bot side from Philip means that this large wave is going to be caught as well. And despite, you know, the small sequence of events that Respawn might think are favorable for them, picking out the Jason, finding a kill there, still down 2,000 gold, and Citadel on their march through the lower bracket, not really looking to give anything to Respawn here, who just made it to the lower bracket last weekend.
Definitely will just be now a startup onto the Rift Herald. Respawn moving on up to try to get this objective for themselves here, but Citadel are collapsing from multiple sides. Rift Heralds will be smited on down, but now they gotta fight their way out. Armeo marking up on the top side. Bradley looking for somewhere to engage, but he misses the Shuriken flip. They pull the trigger onto Trevor. Big shock blast from Philip to start to rain this damage on through. Lawrence has arrived on the flank. He's there to frontline for the rest of the team, but Bradley's the big threat. They need to be able to get this Akali away from the carries. Mixture is left out to dry and taken down by Philip. Sushi finding angles to fire over the wall. The health bars are getting low, but Bradley's too big of a threat. Shoshi shuffles forward. Lawrence is in the passive form. Nobody has dropped yet for Citadel until Chad finds two for himself. It's a double kill to the Xin Zhao, and Respawn turn this fight even.
It's so close, and the numbers of HP bars are just on the blink of going down on both sides, but it's Chad with the innate sustain from the Xin Zhao that finds the couple of kills on the back half, and Philip taking, you know, a page out of Trevor's book, but just in the complete wrong vein. Blast cones over, throws his life away, and Chad happy to mop that one up. Couple of small mechanical fumbles from Citadel, but Respawn more than happy to take charge, to take control of it. I think you really get to see the power that this Scion has, because Lawrence is just in the front line soaking so much time, so much space, and Bradley trying to do the same thing on the Akali. Look at his Shuriken flip as he goes in here, looks to try to find that execute, but importantly, Shochi with a little step back means that the Akali can't go for that execute, he has to disengage, and that turns the whole fight around. This Chad jungle with a flash as well, picks up one, picks up two, as like I say, Philip's kind of tossing his life away there.
Yeah, you know, Philip, he had blood in his eyes. He really thought he was going to be able to come up with a big outplay there, but Xin Zhao does a lot of damage, especially in his current state. So going to really be a big threat, and Respawn going to have a very powerful jungler coming into this next dragon fight. Enchanted Crystal Arrow is out, it connects onto Trevor, and they say, hey, we'll take anybody we can get. Right into the back line goes Lawrence, holding down Instinct, forcing him to flash over the wall, but Bradley's TP'd in. He finds Sushi, who flashes out, but will be chased down by Perfect Execution. The health bars are dropping for Respawn. Bradley's in the middle of everybody with those kunai. He claims himself a triple, gives two to his pal Philip, and that's an ace for Citadel.
And yes, they managed to stop the bullet time, but Bradley goes berserk on the back line. Dashes in, takes out Sushi, who still flashes but still goes down. Finds a triple kill in his own right and absolutely obliterates this Respawn composition. They thought they'd got the in, they thought they found the angle. Little did they know, they were just absolutely hooked, line and sinker.
Absolutely is. Now Philip will be able to claim this dragon, the first one going on over to Citadel, and Respawn. They thought they had their fight angle, they thought they had their engage, but they forgot about Bradley. They put so much effort in that topside fight to mark him. They don't match it here, and look at what he's able to do.
Yeah, I mean, you get the first kill, that first pick, but then it's just as Shochi goes in, Bradley arrives, and that splits up the fight. The leading piece of peel that you have, that Azir ultimate, that you know is going to be consistent even through a Shroud, is not there, not present, and nobody's marking the Akali's entrance either. You either want the Scion to be there, just body blocking, or you want somebody there to just run anchor, run pursuit. What you don't want is Sushi being
is got to be avoided in future fights. This damage from this Akali has been a problem for Respawn, and they have got to be able to get at least one of these kind of CC characters, either the Xin Zhao with the 3 talent strike or the Leona with all of her abilities. Somebody needs to be marking Bradley. They need to be keeping him away from Sushi and Shochi, where he has just run amok in every fight that Citadel have won.
And we say that, right, Gordo? We highlight that this is a real big issue for them, but at a certain point, we're going to have to start thinking, well, yeah, they can put all that pressure onto Bradley, but Instinct has almost got Infinity Edge as well. Well, okay, we're fighting.
right, there's going to be that bullet
Bradley's
time
in.
landed over the wall. Shochi finds Bradley, shovels him back away. Chad is left out to dry on the front line, going to be staying alive with that stair gauge as long as he can as the slows come through onto Bradley. Look at Philip though, he's at full health, a little cut off from the rest of the team. He'll use that movement speed from the gate to get himself away, and it's just a trade of abilities. Look at those ultimate cooldowns, dude. Every ultimate except for Solar Flare is used and nobody drops.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite types of fight, Gordo. There's lots of pretty colors, but nobody dies, which means we get to do this again when everybody's gone back to base, picked up their cooldowns, and picked up their health and mana, most notably also. Herald put down onto this bot side, probably going to look to try and take this tier 1 turret. With that, you can already see the ingress into the jungle from Mixture from Chad, just to give a little bit of support to Shochi. The Azir in this game going to be one of the presences, one of the hyper carries that they look toward, who has a little bit more safety than an Ashe. So I don't mind the funneling of gold more so into Shochi than the Ashe, just because somebody's going to have to be sacrificed to the Akali, and if that happens to be Sushi, so be it.
Definitely. So, it is that split push from Philip, getting a fair bit of damage onto the tower. Lawrence is up there responding. Sushi holding down the fort in mid lane as well. Everybody is pushed back from Respawn. They did dedicate some resources to be able to take that bot lane outer turrets. They reset afterwards. Will surrender a lot of this bot river, and crucially this Otacon over to Citadel. They have so much vision control of that area now. Let's see if Respawn are going to be able to push to take it back once Mixture gets out of the base.
Yeah, and a reminder as well, this is do or die for Respawn, right? They had a rough series versus Near Airport last weekend. They now found themselves down in the lower bracket up against Citadel, another one of those teams that you could very easily see taking that third and final NACL spot, but it's a Citadel roster who have ran this lower bracket. And when I say ran, I mean that in the literal sense as well. They have 2-0'd everybody in their way after being dropped into this lower bracket. And Respawned as highly as we value some of the names on this roster, they may just be another checkmark on the list for Citadel and their seemingly flawless pursuit of the NACL.
Yeah, and I mean, the names on Citadel, not to be disregarded either. These guys, a lot of people expected them to be taking a winner's side qualification, but an early bow out to Friendly Fellas meant they had to run this lower bracket, and they are showing that that very well may have just been a fluke. The Friendly Fellas are a very formidable foe. They may win 2-1 in a best-of-3 from time to time, but Citadel are one of the best teams out of the 64 that were here. They are looking to prove it and get themselves into top 6 territory with a win in this game right here, right now. Find out if they're going to be able to do it here. It is neck and neck around this Otacon. Seen fights won by both sides very recently. A solid gold lead to Citadel, but certainly not going to define everything if they're able to successfully mark this Akali.
So I do think that the slowing down of this game is probably good for Respawn. You're getting time for your Azir to get items, for the Ashe to get items, and for your Sion to get tankier. Again, killing the Sion as we get later, definitely going to be a little bit more tricky. Tank shred on both sides, not particularly abundant, but you can see them posturing very aggressively. The front lines tentative to try to find those engages.
Yeah, Lawrence has arrived here, so full 5 members for both teams. Sushi though took
40%,
so much damage. He's been chunked by these shock blasts, and it might end this fight before it even starts. It's just second Ocean Dragon for Citadel. It's not a massive difference in the longer term game, so Respawn wisely decide to back away, but unfortunately their presence here at all means they don't get anything of the cross map.
So there was one very tangible advantage that we've just seen Citadel take, and that is the teleport off of Lawrence. He made his TP down to that bot side to attempt to take a fight where Bradley didn't. So now there's this side lane conundrum of wherever the Sion goes, they have to be scared. Respawn have to be worried about what's going to happen on the other side of the map, and there are 2 massive objectives on either side of the map as well.
Sure, as
Flip goes
Bradley
wide.
seems to have found Chad, gonna commit the perfect execution. Philip is TP'd up as well. They've got to abandon Chad here. Shoji is trying to TP out. Will he be able to do so in time? He will. He races past the rest of the team to get back into mid, and they didn't finish Chad either. Citadel commit plenty of resources, and it looked dire for Respawn, but they somehow wiggle their way out of it.
Yeah, I'm not going to pretend like that was good for Respawn, but it definitely could have been a lot worse, right? Like, they got away with nobody going down, and that's about the best I think they can hope for from that situation. Perfect execution also burned bullet time down as well. They might fancy themselves a 5v5 with those big ultis off the board.
Yeah, watch the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. It's up and available for Sushi. Shoji has the shuffle back as well. They found Bradley. There's going to be the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. It connects onto Armeo. Bradley's invisible, but only for a short time. He tries to get himself out with that rocket belt. Will be able to find his way to safety. Now the rest of the team trying to back on off. Shoji is isolated. He doesn't have flash. He doesn't have dash, and he will be cut down by Philip. Respawned, the first ones to lose a member in this fight. Instinct now in the middle of the rest of the squad as Armeo gets cut down by Chad, but Sushi's been found on the other side. Bradley TP's back into the fray. Full health, full cooldowns on the Akali, and he wants to finish what he started with Chad, trying to dash away to the Wolves, but there is perfect execution back and available. Will Bradley be able to find him in time? He's looking for it. He wants it. He will not get it, but Mixture has been hunted down on the top side.
Okay, importantly for Respawn, despite all of the transgressions of that fight, they took down the jungler. Armeo goes down, and it means that those neutral objectives cannot be started by Citadel safely. Really tricky to try and take those in the face of a Xin Zhao. What it does mean, though, when you've got 3 members off the map, is that you can take some structures. Bradley's taken the tier 2 bot lane and got 700 gold for himself. Instinct went and did the same thing top lane, plus 700 for the MF. And just to add insult to injury, Philip, who is 6-2-3 on this Jace, was getting, a fine laning phase, but has progressed into an absolute late game demon, was also able to take a tier 2 down on that mid lane as well. So it has gone from arguably rather bad for Respawn to now distinctively awful.
Yeah, it definitely has, and I want to highlight Philip there. You were talking about him, Dude, and he has shown up today. Really solid lanes up against Lawrence, a fantastic Renekton game in game number 1. Now a really, really good Jace game in game number 2. Able to just be a constant source of pressure. We called this out as a potential mismatch in the pregame, that Citadel with Armeo and Philip may just have the stronger players individually, and in the top lane for certain, it has shown up that way over the course of this series.
Yeah, the 2 versus 4 items as well. It's about an allocation of resources, but also just the power with which 6 kills gives you as well in these team fights. Philip is going to be a monster. And it's now at that point where we were talking about, okay, Bradley is being such a threat in these team fights, but what about Philip? What about Instinct? They've both got 4 items for themselves. And they're kind of just leaving Instinct now to try and solo the Atacana. A 4-item misfortune. Not really going to struggle with that, especially with the Bloodthirster as well. All the while, a little bit of jostling, a little bit of jockeying in the mid lane for position. And yes, both teams can probably proxy this mid lane wave, but inside track on the Baron is going to be there, but they see the MF, they think the MF starting this, they've taken it down. Time to start it, and Sushi again, he's half HP.
Yeah, and a well-placed ward here, too. They think that they're not on vision because of the control ward, but that ward doesn't see it. Now the fight's starting to break out. A big stun comes through on the ward. Sushi and Shoji both already low. Shuffle back, doesn't connect. Baron is stolen. Bradley is running amok yet again, and it is about to be a second triple kill for him this game. Hell, make it a quadra kill. Citadel Gaming demolish the fight up against Respawn. They take it 5-0. And they're going to take the series 2-0. Respawn showed up with some of the most promising young talent in the region, but Citadel Gaming reigns supreme.
Make it 5, Gordo. 5 straight 2-0s in the lower bracket. Citadel are just not stopping. Respawn had, again, a really solid, really close mid-game. The first 15 minutes we were splitting hairs, deciding how this game was going to go. Could they handle Akali? Had they got the answers, the tools that they needed? But ultimately, at the end, it came down to that final team fight, those team fights that Citadel had been doing so well in the entire series long. and the difference that we saw have be made by those solo laners. Philip making an insane amount of impact in these final fights, and Bradley on the Akali questioned it whether it was going to have the ability to handle what could have been a pretty scary Sion. In the end, the ignore the Sion strategy was perfect. They dive the backline, and they find those kills, they find the victory, and put themselves into another game and series victory.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting upcoming match for them. And like you said, yeah, you got to highlight Bradley here on the Akali. He did so well in those later game fights where, like you said, Sion, he gets in there. He finds the engage. He's frequently on top of Instinct, preventing a big bullet time from coming through, forcing flashes, forcing other members to come back and defend this marksman, but it never actually has the payoff that you're hoping for from an engage like that because Bradley is on the back line. He's soloing out Sushi. He's forcing Shochi to retreat. He's even taken down folks like Chad when he does get the chance to be able to get on top of them, and they just cannot produce a consistent answer to Bradley's Akali.
Yeah, and ultimately, right, it does send Respawn home, and it's really rough to see them as well because they had, again, such a promising roster, and that early loss to, or not even early, but that loss to Respawned or to near airport for Respawned sends them to the lower bracket, and they end up matching up against a team that we could argue shouldn't be in the lower bracket anyway, right? Maybe Citadel are one of these teams who could have made that upper bracket berth, but the way that it's happened, how we find ourselves in this position, puts Respawned in a spot where they just don't have what it takes to get themselves out.
Indeed. So now Citadel move on to the next round of the lower bracket, where they will be facing off against Pepe Lala, who just won a 2-0 up against the Ducky Getters. So a really heated top 6 matchup between those two teams going to be coming up later today. I do believe this stream is going to be focusing on the other side of the bracket, where we have Tempest Gaming waiting after a 2-0 over St. Clair, and still pending who the other foe is going to be. It's Dorado Gaming and Fisher College, who are currently 1-1 going to game number 3.
Okay, so should be then quite an exciting little matchup on the other side of this bracket that we've got forming. A nice 3-game series between Fisher and Dorado. The rest of them so far had been 2-0, so Fisher and Dorado giving the content somewhere, which is always quite nice to see. We're going to look to try and get ourselves some highlights for those final games and see what we do for the rest of the evening here, because we've got at least one more series to try and get on top of. And for Citadel as well, again, final congratulations to put themselves in now, like you mentioned, Gordo, a fight for a match against Dog fans. Citadel versus Pepe Lala, like you say, the matchup that these guys are going to be going into, and we do get to finally glimpse at what had led them to their successes this game.
Yeah, definitely. And again, it was these fights breaking out in and around top lane, and these constant picks on the side lane that I think really need to be highlighted as well. Armeo and Trevor both doing a great job of being able to find folks who were out and exposed here, as we see Bradley in perhaps one of his maybe 1 or 2 fights where he wasn't quite able to perform the way you want.
Yeah, early on there were some question marks around the Akali just because Shuriken Flip was going wide, and that is like live or die by in these team fights. But you can see at a certain point, I no longer need the Shuriken Flip to do damage, so I'm going to make it happen the other way around.
Yeah, for sure here. So a really strong showing in fights like this one, where Bradley's able to just get in there and tear them apart. Yeah, Instinct walks away with the triple kill here. And again, it's these side lane collapses, right? It's Shochi just up too far. Doesn't have the vision he needs to be safe there, and he does find himself picked off and taken down.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the discussion really as to how this game ended up looking so good for Citadel in the end comes down to just these small advantages that we're able to see slowly build up. This is a great example really of why Respawned shouldn't be disheartened, I don't think, in these off of this loss. They had these really good glimpses and really solid opportunities to find a fight, to find wins, and you can see Chad here kind of 2v1 at the back half of a fight, making a good play, but it's then this fight which turns the tides of the game, and just the timing on the re-engage from Shochi and the land from Bradley just completely alters how the game ends up playing out. Bradley's able to dash in, get an execute, and chip damage onto Shochi with his perfect execution. Like it just all adds up just a little too well and too nicely. And from there, Citadel never looked back. And I think as well, Instinct staying alive and deathless this entire game speaks to the caliber of player that he is as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, Instinct has had a quietly incredibly dominant open qualifier run. This guy has 9.8 kills per game. He leads all players in the tournament coming into the day in that metric. He has been absolutely tremendous for this team. So many games where if you watch the whole VOD, they may not have been on this stream. They may not have even been on any stream. But if you look at the scoreboards afterwards, it's a clear MVP level performance from Instinct in the bottom lane, just pumping out absolutely ridiculous numbers this whole month long.
Yeah, I think that this has been one of those, again, quietly consistent moments for Instinct, because he never looked to do anything that was game warping, but he was always doing just the exact right thing. And whilst it, like I say, may not have looked overly flashy, there were a very large amount, actually, of flashes forward to try and pick up kills in this second game. And also just recognizing what his champion was capable of, what he himself was capable of in these fights, and knowing where he can push that limit, what the envelope looks like, and how far he can push it to get that advantage for his team.
Yeah, absolutely here. So it is going to be Citadel moving on forward. Respawn going to have to take some time and recollect themselves as they look towards perhaps this next open qualifier to try to give themselves another chance at the NACL. But first things first, I want to award our MVP for the series, and the series MVP, it's going to have to be our Mayo here, Rudy.
Yeah, again, another close run discussion, I think, for this one. We will see how we're feeling. I think we are still deciding actually where our MVP may lie behind the scenes, so we'll keep it a little bit open-ended with potential shouts, I think worthily so, after that second game to Bradley, and the really kind of clutch factor performance, the game-turning team fight, which went his way. So we'll see where we end up if we get a little graphic flying. There's discussions definitely for both. I think Armeo game number 1 did very well. Bradley game number 2 could be argued that he I think MVP for game number 2 specifically, but if we have the series MVP, let's fly, let's see.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely have Bradley as MVP for game number 2. We've been told it's Armeo for this series, or maybe Bradley, so we will see. So, okay, it is Bradley for the series as well. Thank you very much, production, as we will see what... yeah, all right, it's going to Bradley for the whole series. We don't even need to worry about the game 2 MVP. His Akali, though, absolutely tremendous and certainly carrying a lot of this reward.
Yeah, I mean, had a very stellar performance on that Akali, and for the misgivings of the solo kill in the mid lane on the Victor, he did have a very solid performance as that game progressed, and as it got later on into the match, we got to see, glorious evolutions abundantly was definitely popping off in those team fights as well. So good to see that we're getting some recognition as well, and that Bradley, even though in this lower bracket, one of the players that we were highlighting as, I mean, has been a prospect for so long at this point, has still got what it takes to not just compete, but to dominate at this level.
Yeah, and a player who I think a lot of the fan base probably knows more as a top laner, right? He played on Team Liquid Academy for a long time as a role swap to top lane, played top lane even a little bit briefly in one of those season kickoff tournaments that the LCS used to do. You guys remember those? As there was, it was really looking like he was one of the most promising up-and-coming top laners in the region for a while. Decided in the NACL era, I want to get back to my home role. I want to get back to the role where I showed out in Tier 3 and got that Team Liquid job in the first place. I want to play mid lane, and he has been tremendous over the course of the last calendar year or so while he's been back on that role.
And we're just waiting to see now how much we're going to need to think about our break for game number 3 really of this game. But again, I mean, congratulations to Citadel. I think finally we need to just congratulate those guys. Commiserations to Respawn for what was a very good tournament run that got cut short very abruptly with 2 quick 2-0s against very, very scary teams, and quite possibly 2 eventual NACL candidates.
Yeah, absolutely here. And so with that said, we're going to throw it to a bit of a longer break here. Remember, there is still a Game 3 being played between Dorado Gaming and Fisher College. That is going to determine who the opponent is for Tempest Gaming, and that series will be our second series featured here today. So it's going to be a bit of a longer break while that game plays out. We encourage you to check out some of the featured co-streamers to be able to see some of the other action breaking out, up to and including Citadel taking on Pepe Lala here for a spot in those coveted top 4 that will get you into a potential promotion match to be found tomorrow here, Rudude.
Yeah, exactly. There are, like I say, so much content for this series already. If you can find the Fisher stream, please do go have a look for it. We're going to cut ourselves to that slightly longer break whilst we wait for that game to conclude and before we come back to Tempest. But don't go anywhere because we've got another best of 3 on the other side of this one. Thank you very much.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NACL Open Qualifiers. We are on our penultimate day here, Rudude. We have got 6 teams left in the bracket, and we're going to have it down to 4 after this next series. There's going to be 2 matches being played simultaneously here for the next couple of hours. We are going to be following Tempest Gaming taking on Fisher College, a pre-tournament favorite going up against a collegiate team that maybe a lot of folks didn't expect to be making a run this far.
No, I think that Fisher can be proud of how far they've made it already, right? They just had a grueling 3-game series up against Dorado, and that final game that they finally came out on top of was, I'll call it dominant for the most part, but again, had its shakes, had its ups and downs, so something that they can be learning there going into now another grueling best of series up against Tempest. Again, another one of these teams that many can make the discussion for being favorites, being maybe not favorites, but expecting to make it anyway. Like the power again in this Tempest roster is quite palpable, and certainly something that we expect Fisher to struggle with.
Yeah, so let's get into the names that we're going to see here, Rude. On Tempest Gaming, we've got Hoarder, Kisno, Dark Wings, Aaron, and Manui from top to bottom. And a couple of things standing out right there. First off, it's a role swap for Manui in this tournament. Longtime NACL 80 carry player for about as long as the league has been called NACL, now moving over to support after having maybe had a couple of seasons there where he did not perform up to his goals. Now trying to see if he can make this role swap work that many players have made happen in the past. And then on top of these NACL veterans, we have an individual who's never quite gotten to make that jump up yet. It's Hoarder in the top lane.
Yeah, I think several iterations of Team Ambition rosters are coming to mind when I think of Border, and you know, his sort of mainstay on the Team Ambition side of things, but now obviously on this Tempest gaming roster, surrounded by lots of very well-known quantities almost in Darkwings, Kisno, Aaron, and Minui, right? These are, again, players that have had that tenure almost, and I think that maybe 10 years is the wrong word, but they've had that experience at the very least in Tier 2, and are definitely amateur Tier 3 staple players that we've come to know and respect as well in that. To take a look at the flip side at their opponents at Fisher College, they've got some good names on there as well, right? Bijani, a player who, again, has been in and around the Tier 2, Tier 3 space quite significantly. Brunus, Wayner, who is a former TCL player, for those unfamiliar, so some ERL experience in there as well. Brabro and Sword Blue, again, a load of players that we may not have known so much of, but that are a part of this roster that have made it this far and that deserve the respect that they should be getting.
Yeah, for sure. Sword Blue and Bijani will be familiar to longtime Fisher College followers. If you've been watching CLL Championships and things like that in the past, these guys have been on plenty a Fisher roster over time, and should be, you know, known and loved by quite a few folks. Bijani also showing up in the NACL previously, playing on CLG Faith back when that team was still in the qualifiers. Now they're joined by some of that ERL talent you were talking about, Rudude. Wayna and Brunus in the jungle too, both players who played together in the GLL just about a year's time ago or so. So a little EU Masters qualifying league there, and some experience in other ERLs as well. Like you said, Wayna going all the way back to TCL, back when it was still a Worlds qualifying league. So this guy has definitely been the center point of the Fisher lineup so far, and he has performed incredibly over the course of his bracket run.
Yeah, again, I mean, the tape that I've got to digest comes from the little 20-30 minute break that we had. The Silas game that he's just performed on certainly looked to have the chops to take it, but playing in the GLL, it's the Greek league over here, I should say, in Europe. You know, sacrilegious to have a Brit on the cast, but that's the way we are. You know, Greek leagues, as far as they go, typically, I would say one of the lower rated ERLs that are over here, not an accredited league, not your French leagues, Spanish leagues, German leagues that have definitely got a lot of, let's say, buying power in this ecosystem. But TCL, like you say, Gordo, was a part of the Tier 1, and when that was a Worlds qualifying region, he was playing there and had a decent showing over there as well.
Yeah, I'm being told we need to take another quick break. I think the teams still are not quite ready to be able to get on into draft for game number 1. So we're going to throw you guys back to the break screen, show you a couple more highlights, and we will be back very, very shortly with the start of game number 1. Welcome back, everybody, to the NACL Open Qualifiers, where we are just seconds away from Tempest Gaming getting into draft for game number 1 up against Fisher College. Broke down these teams a little bit already before the break, but you know, you can't doubt here, Dude, that Tempest Gaming come in as some heavy favorites with plenty of players and names that we've seen at the NACL level for years before.
Yeah, I mean, and we can quarrel over the seeding strategies, but they come in as the second seed as well to this. So definitely some high expectations on them for this as we hop into the draft for this first game. You can see on the left-hand side some of the names that the Tempest roster is rocking. And Horder, Kisno, Darkwings, Chrome you will know as Aaron, and then Minui in support.
Yeah, for sure. To give one more breakdown of our folks over on the Fisher College side, it is going to be Bajani, Brunis, Wayna, Brabro, and Sword Blue. Bajani and Brunis will both be rocking some alternative names in-game here as we are on live servers. So we'll do our best to keep those straight for you guys. But it is, you know, especially if you're a Fisher College fan, you've got to be thinking about where's Bajani at all times. He's here, I promise. He may be going by one of multiple different names that he's played under over the course of this tournament, but it's Bajani. You know him, you love him, and he will be one of the solo laners that Fisher College are looking to have big performances on today. As between Bajani and Wayna, that's really what they're going to be leaning on up against these NACL veterans on the side of Tempest.
Yeah, they're going to need that, and they're going to need some X factor from those players as well to upset Tempest. Tempest so far have lost 2 games this entire qualifier tournament. It was a 3-game series that sent them to the lower bracket in the first place up against Dog Fans, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so they find themselves in this position off of 2 games that, you know, arguably one of them they probably should have been winning, but not the case. They find themselves in this lower bracket anyway, and they are now making their pursuit through that lower bracket, handily sweeping aside a couple of teams already.
Oh my goodness, I missed it because we went through the draft so quickly. Kisno's thinking about it. He goes for the Zyra. For any of the uninitiated, Kisno's Kindred is known and feared across the region. This guy is one of the best Kindred players I have seen. He is one of the champions he used to climb up the top 10 on the Korean ladder when he went and did his boot camp there. Kisno, one of the most talented junglers outside of the NACL right now, previously had been there and had qualified multiple times, was out just our last split, now looking to make his way back in, and Darkwings on the Victor, going to be another tool to try to help him get there.
So already a lot of space in this composition for Tempest. Again, that zone control that the Zyra gives you, that the Victor gives you, the range that you get from Zyra and the Varus as well, should be able to go toe-to-toe quite nicely with the Ashe and the Aurora. Looking now at Fisher to really draft some hard engage, try and get themselves in that backline, and because they can't match range with the damage they've got already. The Ashe, the Aurora doesn't quite have it in them, so they need to find consistent dive and just kind of force their way through. With this, the Nocturne is a great pick. Would look to see something maybe like an Ornn, like a Rakan, like a Leona maybe coming out from either that top or support role to round out their composition here, because they need more. A Nocturne going diving on his own is only going to find trouble, so that there needs to be more in the tank for Fisher here.
Yeah, I do like the Ashe Nocturne combo, the Paranoia into Fire Out and Enchanted Crystal Arrow when the wards aren't going to help you and you're going to get a little bit less advanced notice. Can be a pretty powerful engage tool in and of itself, but I agree, you need a dive buddy for this Nocturne. You're not going Nocturne Ori this game, as you've already locked in the Aurora, one of those super high prio picks in the mid lane right now. It could be for Bajani top, although it's not something he's busted out here yet. So far in the tournament, when Fisher College have gotten their hands on Aurora, they've given it over to their star in the mid lane, Wayna.
Yeah, and I think this is setting up for Ambessa here, could come through quite easily on 4. They've double banned top lane, so they've now got the option here to try and take a little bit of damage and take a blind pick on that top side, save that counter pick for support, because that can be quite telling as well as to how they're going to look to play out this game. The Ambessa also syncs up nicely with the dive, so they've got that option there if they want to go for it. We'll keep our eyes open though. Fisher deciding instead to go for that support pick and make sure that they get themselves the Nautilus locked up. Point and click CC, again, it fits with the idea that they need to go in and that they need to dive, but this does set them up to get Bromed on very easily, and this could be quite a disaster should they get, because currently Tempest are full disengage or really good at zone control and getting engaged on. They really don't mind that. So if they kind of play to that strength, they could be in a good spot.
I think that's a support Maokai that just got locked in for Manui here. So going to be looking to potentially punish the Nautilus Ashe there with a little bit of additional support. And Hoarder looking to blind pick the Jax. I don't know if that's a little bit of a call out towards Bajani. Jax is a huge champion for him, and they will lock it in. So Bajani, in a fearless format, will not get his hands on his best champion. He has been tremendous on the Jax throughout this bracket.
Yeah, and you know, taking that away as well is a really big denial. Bajani, another one of these players who we might look to on this Fisher College roster to be a bit of a carry for this team. So taking that carry out of their hands, definitely something worth keeping your eyes on. With that counter pick though, locks in the Gragas. Again, it's a very good laning matchup for the Gragas, but when we look at how these teams are going to look to play stylistically, I almost feel like these two would have loved to swap their top laners and sort of keep themselves you know, in their respective compositions with the enemy players champion as opposed to this. Gragas can do well diving as well, right? We know that this is a champion that can kind of do engage, can do disengage as well, so not the worst thing in the world on both of these counts. But the Jax as well is going to be that massive split push threat as we get later on into the game. So if these 5v5s end up not looking great as we move in a little bit later on into the game, there is that opportunity for the Jax to go to the side and then to try and find success out there.
Yeah, and I do really want to highlight that Jax pick just because I think this is one of those rare examples that I assume we will continue to see in this new fearless world that we appear to be being brought into. This is like a purely fearless pick decision. I am pretty confident here, right? The Casante's available, it's unbanned, it's a very safe blind pick, Hoarder plays it. There's not really a reason in your standard League of Legends draft to not just pick Casante here, but he picks the Jax, and I am very convinced that it is just to get it out of Bajani's hands for the entire best of three. So he will get counterpicked in the form of the Gragas. Bajani should have no trouble surviving that lane, but this is the kind of pick that doesn't sink your Game 1 draft, but also sets you up very well in your Game 2 and Game 3 drafts.
Yeah, should you even need a Game 3, right? I think that the expectations that we should be setting for these teams is that Fisher are really going to be kind of hoping for a Game 3 and praying that they can get themselves to that point, because they are the underdogs coming into this. They're not a team that we expect to be able to match up against Tempest, but if they can make it to that Game 3, if they can force it to a match point, put that pressure on Tempest as well, who knows what might be able to happen in that situation. And then Tempest on the flip side of things, you know, saying, okay, well, if we're going to 2-0 you, why not do it with your own champions, and giving a little bit of spice in that aspect as well.
Yeah, there's certainly that layer to it as well here. You know, Tempest are the heavy favorites. They're aware of this. I would hope that after the events of last weekend, though, they are kind of beyond underestimating their opponents, as they did find themselves taken down by Dog fans, a team that very nearly just qualified themselves into the NACL and are still here, still fighting. They are on the opposite side of the bracket, so Tempest, they would need to run the full bracket to potentially get a rematch with them, but that is their goal here. I do think this is one of the favoritist teams, most favorited, highest favorited teams that are in the bracket left, and we will see how they are going to be able to navigate this upper side of the bracket, where I do think they have some of the easier ends of the matchups. They certainly showed that in their first series up against St. Clair that they just played earlier today and took down 2-0.
Yeah, you know, I have the bracket up on my other screen here, right? The two games going on right now, we have Tempest versus Fisher on one side, Citadel versus Pepe Lala on the other side, and then, you know, they're matching up against Friendly Fellas and Dog Fans, the winner of those games on either side. Tempest, you know, I think that, like you say, probably got a slightly easier run of things overall, but the expectation would be that our final game, our decider for tomorrow, is most likely to be Tempest versus Citadel. Obviously, Tempest have still got to go through 2 best-of-3s to get there. Citadel still got to go through 2 best-of-3s to get there, so there's plenty of things that can happen. And in this first game that we have for Tempest, first of all, I think they've got themselves a nice little draft here again. The range that they have with the Zyra, the Varus, and the zone control that they are buying with that, plus the Maokai as well. I think it's going to be really tricky for the Nautilus, the Nocturne, to try and face check to get in there, because they don't have a true face check champion to try and get in there. Nautilus can maybe do it, but he's going to struggle.
Yeah, you know, you make up a good point about expectations there, Rudude. But you know what? If you were to look at all of the teams, all 64 teams pre-tournament, say who do you think is going to be playing in a winner's side qualification match? I think you also would have said, I bet it's going to be Tempest and Citadel. Neither of them actually ended up making it there from the upper bracket. So it has been a tournament of upset expectations, to be certain, and there is never a guarantee that those are going to stop. So going to be very curious to see how Fisher is able to perform here. I am hearing there is a pause in the game, so they have loaded in, but we are going to remain waiting for a couple of moments until the players are ready to get into the action. Rudude, I'm excited to see Wayna here in particular. I think this guy from Fisher College, he's new to the North American scene. He's a new face to me. He's a veteran in the ERL space, and he has performed pretty much as well as you could hope for from a new mid laner in this scene. He's taken down all comers. The only player that he hasn't been able to take down has been Robbie Bob when they played up against each other in the upper bracket.
Yeah, so I mean that's a player of, you know, decided caliber, right? We know Robbie Bob is a known quantity, and if Robbie Bob's setting the benchmark that high, like, and that is a very high benchmark as well. This is no disrespect to Robbie Bob, right? He was also able to beat him. We know sort of where Wayna is seeded, let's say, as a mid laner, and what we can expect from them.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, you know, Robbie Bob, a challenger for sure, but Dark Wings in his own right, an NACL veteran, been part of the wild card teams before that have been plenty successful, been part of the Winthrop University team last season, is a CLOL champion with St. Louis. This is the toughest matchup that Wayna has had to play against in his North American journey so far. And Wayna versus Dark Wings going to be the matchup to watch this whole series long.
Yeah, and that comes off of, if we really think that there's any area of the map for Fisher College to take a win, it is that mid lane. We are decidedly worried for the rest of the lanes overall. I think Berjani or Yayo, as you will see his in-game tag is, probably going to struggle a little bit up against Horda. We're expecting the same to be said down on that bot side. Rabro, Sword Blue, up against, again, Aaron, as you know, with the IGN Chrome, that is Aaron, and then Minui in support role may well have the chops to go up against this Bravo Sword Blue bot lane.
Definitely. So nice early trading out of Wayna already, landing some more of those bewitching beams. Get on through and take some of that extra damage onto the Victor, who will be a little bit weaker early on, of course, until he's able to get his initial Hex Core upgrades. We do see both junglers starting up on the top side. Kizno will be the slightly faster clear on that Zyra. That's part of why the champion is so highly prized. And we've seen this Zyra just be an absolutely tremendous pick all tournament long for one of the strongest junglers in the event. And Kizno, to be able to get a hold of it, that's definitely scary for Fisher.
You can already see actually Wayne is starting to try to zone Dark Wings off of experience as well, which is really big for the early game. Just as soon as that Siphon power is down, stepping up quite aggressively, looking for trades, looking for any form of HP advantage that you can find. And both potions already spent in the mid lane. Would now be the time, or now would rather be the time to maybe try and look for a gank. Fortunately enough, I think for these mid laners, it's very, very farm oriented. Right, Zyra wants to just power clear her jungle. Level 6 wants to be hit by the Nocturne as well. So there's an element of safety in the fact that neither of these junglers are very good ganking early on, but you can see these blinking low HP bars in the mid lane, and they're getting into like lethal range of one combo from each other.
Yeah, definitely playing on a nice edge here. Wayna flashes over the laser and takes first blood one-on-one. Kizno coming in here to try to clean it up. Wayna is long gone. And there is the new Turkish mid laner for Fisher College showing up against Dark Wings.
And we knew this was going to be the case, right? From level 1, Wayna was walking pretty much under the turret to try to find trades to get advantages for himself. And Dark Wings has been just about getting the rough end of those trades. Let's take another look at, well, the back half of it was just a couple of flashes traded. I think Wayna was able to get over a skill shot, maybe dodged out on a little bit of damage from the Victor, which gave him the benefit of the doubt, that extra little bit of safety for the 1v1.
Yeah, he definitely got the flash away from the big Victor laser there, and that's where all your damage is. That's the level, that's where you're putting your levels in those early trades there. So the level 4 Dark Wings loses out on a big chunk, can't dish out the damage to take down Wayna, and it will be an early advantage to this Aurora, another champion that has been very close to permaban status throughout a lot of this tournament. There are plenty of mid laners who teams do not want to give that Aurora to, and Wayna is definitely one of those on the list.
I'm not quite sure what's happened down on that bot side, but there's a massive advantage for Aaron and Manui down in that bot lane, right? 10 CS plus a decent amount of experience, and the items as well here going in their favor. Again, can't be sure what had happened, didn't get to see it, but looks like that bot lane is going very well for Tempest Gaming, and maybe to offset some of that mid lane, but I think that's where the gold advantage is coming from.
Yeah, that bot lane of Aaron and Manui, they've been playing at the tier 2 level for so long. It's one of those places you really expect there to be a sizable advantage to the Tempest Gaming side. Wayna going to be able to dodge up over that wall there, so nobody going to go down in this little stare down occurring in mid lane. And it will be a retreat from Fisher College.
Yeah, no, almost desperation play from Brabro here, making his way up to that mid lane. I think the wave in the bot side will be caught just in time, which is always nice, but can't speak to good things happening down in that bot side, and just quietly wouldn't mind seeing Aaron sort of slowly farming his way up here on the Varus, becoming that massive threat. And you can already see, despite that solo kill as well, Wayna with no teleport going to be forced to take another early recall, and slowly here Tempest Gaming finding a couple of advantages through this early game.
Yeah, that trade in mid lane having snowball effects across the rest of the map here, right? Aaron doing so well in the bottom lane, eking out a massive lead for this early in the game over Brabro. And meanwhile, Wayna loses so much HP, he can't even get this recall off. He is starting to fall behind as well, despite the solo kill first blood that he got earlier on. He's got no health, he's got no mana, and he isn't getting opportunities to get those things back, so he's about to lose another wave here to Darkwings.
Yeah, chose to recall on a cannon wave, mitigate the losses that you have when you do this, because the cannon minion will take up so much of the turret shots, and you can probably miss one melee extra than you would have done. You then miss out sometimes on the cannon. You're kind of running back hoping that you're going to get the cannon, but you do get the most part of that wave, so it's wise to take your recall there, but obviously taking any recall there sucks because you're going to lose out on a lot anyway. Tier 2 boots picked up for Darkwings, and again, scuffle over the crab.
Yeah, no, going to be able to secure it. Forced to flash away, though. Now going to be down that tool for this potential grub fight. He is level 6 to Brunus's level 5, though, so a big advantage in the jungle position that Swordblue is going to try to hold by flashing in, hooking Kizno in, and melting him for Fisher College. It's a numbers advantage now for the side of Fisher. Hoarder, though, still strong on this level 6 Jax, continuing to take these trades. Darkwings going to have Between Worlds thrown on top, but triple stun from Hoarder, unrelenting in this fight, continues to step forward and lets Tempest Gaming win the fight, even down a member.
Okay, and a triple stun comes through for Horde. A good sidestep there from Brabro, gets him out to safety, keeps his cleanse intact. But 2 kills now for Wayna on this Aurora. Might not have the most farm in the game currently, but is definitely catching up with that gold and with that experience as well by finding these kills. Wave is in a disastrous position. Darkwing's going to look to keep control of this as best as possible. Let's take another glimpse at what happened on this top side. It's Swordblue, just no flash on the Zyra. We know this, so as soon as they round that corner, no, they can't default back into the blue pit. Really good decisive engagement comes through. Hoping that, okay, well, I've taken the jungle off the board. We should now just be able to take these grubs, but they reset. Hoarder walks in, starts challenging that space, and a little bit of split decisions here. Swordblue, Bejani not really sure which way they're supposed to go about it, and by the time that they decide what sort of fight they want to take, it's already over. No engage coming through, and they find it really tricky to get out.
Yeah, beautifully played by Hoarder there, and they're going to try to punish him for it. Able to flash away in time, though, so the first use of Paranoia comes down, and it's flashed away from. Meanwhile, flashing away from a hook in the bottom lane is Aaron, trying to turn this one back, but Manui is taking too much damage. They are outnumbered, but Aaron is trying to fight it out. Gets a kill on the Swordblue, but it will be a 2-for-1 trade. Fisher College making up ground to the bottom.
Yeah, and if you can't beat them in the hands check 1 versus 1, 2 versus 2, bring numbers to the party, right? We see Wayna make a roam down to that bot side. Brunus diving on the top lane there to take out Hoarder. And, Kizno just farming up his cramps, right? That's not what we would have expected. Might have liked to see Kizno try and shelter that top side a little bit and keep his top laner alive. Was not the case, and ends up costing big across the map. Brunus, as you can see, didn't really know whether or not he was going to get anything. The Jax pops out of the brush, and okay, well, all of a sudden I'm more than emboldened to look for this dive. And it's at this point that Kizno can just walk up from his Gromp to try and help out, but I think he's just a little bit too late to recognize that this is something to be done, and yeah, by the time he gets there, play's already over.
Over-aggression there from Hoarder. Had been playing so well up into that point, but does give up a little bit extra to Brunis. And I do want to call out Wayna now. 3-0 on the Aurora, down in CS to Dark Wings, but certainly plenty wealthy once they're able to cash that out into their first completed legendary item. Definitely going to be a big threat as Aaron is in a 2-on-2, losing again. He and Manui have not been coming out on top of these since the early game, and the lead just not meaning anything.
Yeah, and I think that roam from Wayne are definitely costing them there, right? The idea that you can look for these 2v2s now maybe starting to become a little bit misconceited, not something that they can be looking to accomplish easily. But for Tempest, right, they're down in gold, but I'm still looking at Dark Wings in particular. He's been the point of this map that Tempest should be looking to rally behind. It's where they're generating advantages despite the fact that Wayne is the one getting gold. It's off the back of the Victor being left alone, and it's just a great hook in fairness. Like, that's not even a, okay, we're trying to take a 2 versus 2. That's just that I got hit by a hook moment, and Manui here not really able to do too much on the Nautilus if he's not standing right in front.
If I were to wager a guess, I would think Aaron thought that that little low health minion was going to absorb the hook for him. No such luck, though. Manages to bend the bullet. Sword Blue coming up with another kill into the 2-on-2. And those kills in the 2-on-2, I mean, those are what's keeping Brabro in the game, right? He's down almost 40 CS here. He's about to lose another wave. He's down in levels. It's a tough situation for this Ashe. The fact that he's rocking 2 kills is doing a boatload to keep him competitive.
Yeah, exactly. It's a pretty dangerous position for Tempest or for Fisher College's bot lane, and honestly for the mid lane to be in as well. The value of experience and the value of that and the levels that it gives you, definitely very high, but Nocturne ulti bot.
Oh, managing to dodge out on the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but does it even matter? He's just feared back into the team and cut down by Brunis. Another kill to Fisher and a successful use of the Paranoia.
Yeah, and maybe we can make arguments here that Manui should be stepping up a little bit more aggressively to try and buy space and see that he can maybe block Ashe arrows or try and disrupt the Nocturne from getting on top of the Varus.
All right, Sword Blue steps up, but he hooks the wall immediately, so wasn't quite able to get onto Dark Wings, who just barely outpaces between worlds as well. So managing to get away from that damage, not going to result in any kills to either side. That could have gone a lot worse for Dark Wings, though, had a couple of mistakes not occurred.
No, it definitely could have done. And again, we are starting to see this difference in, let's say, execution level that we came to anticipate from these two teams, where, you know, Sword Blue doesn't need to hook there in the first place, can just walk up and root. He's behind the Victor anyway, so a little bit, again, misjudged on how to play this out. No Nocturne ulti means getting in here going to be quite difficult, and Zyra very good at taking these neutral objectives anyway, so with that Liandry's feels more than comfortable just to rattle her way through the HP. Nice crab timing spawned as well, and now movement up towards this top side because Hoarder once again battling up against Bejani, the only area of the map where there is a CS advantage for Fisher College, and maybe they want to leverage that.
Yeah, 5 grubs, not too shabby of a haul for the early game to Tempest Gaming, as they do get that plus the Dragons. So doing a good job in this early objective game, despite what the kill score might show. Hoarder going to find this stun onto Bajani, and he's just setting up for Kizno, who flashes in to guarantee that Explosive Cask sends him deeper into enemy lines. That's a kill onto Bajani. Hoarder walks away with his first.
And they're going to like that. That's an area of the map, again, that we were talking about Fisher College having an advantage in, that didn't really get touched by jungle, but as soon as we see Kizno move up there, it's going immediately in their favor. Continuing now across the rest of the map, where we can see Minui, Aaron, now maybe in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, flashing away from Manui as his Aftershock has already expired, going to try to slow them all down. That's a big Chains of Corruption, will spread towards the rest of the crew. Brabro's chunked incredibly low, but there's just not enough time bought for Aaron to actually be able to make a trade happen. Dark Wings going to punish Wayna on his way back to lane, but yet again, I mean, Fisher are just finding these picks. It doesn't matter that they're not really ahead on the macro game, that they're not securing the objectives, as long as they keep just finding people out too far, dying for free.
So I think that does matter. I think that this kill onto Manui maybe costs Bravo a little bit too much of his HP. Look at the wave. That's one wave that he's just lost under the turret there. And again, that's an experience lead that's going to be built up for Aaron. He has to base in the tri-brush after this, so that's another wave that gets pushed under the turret and that he misses as well. And slowly, the CS lead, the experience lead, it's all starting to come to a head. And, you know, I wonder if we could toggle gold just to see where the actual advantage is laying.
Oh, there's an all-in mid lane, though. It's a flash away from Dark Wings yet again, but the fear connects, and it will be a kill. Sword Blue now trying to buy space for Wayna, but it's already Kizno's damage making the difference, and Aaron will snipe Brunus down, claiming the shutdown gold for himself. Tempest Gaming win out 2 for 1. They have control over the Dragon. They're going to keep that objective stack going.
Yeah, Bejani may well be able to take... I don't even think he gets this tier 1 turret, in fairness, but... there's nothing really for him to be claiming on that top side. It's a 2 for 1. It's a very good trade for Tempest, and like you say, despite the fact that this gold lead is, or the kill lead rather, is in favour of Fisher, the rest of the map and the map as a whole not really looking the most favourable currently.
Definitely not. Porter arriving in time to be able to defend his top lane as well, so we can check out a replay. They get Dark Wings, but they just overcommit for it here, Rudy.
Yeah, Brunus, I mean, his job is clear. You get in, you get your kill as Nocturne. I mean, you can probably be happy with that, but unfortunately, he's gone pretty much toward the tier 1 turret, and there's a Jax coming from one side, the rest of the team coming from another, and another fight in the bot side jungle.
Crisaro connected onto Aaron, but there wasn't any follow-up, so he is able to fall back away. Still, Manui running interference for the team will end up giving up his life, and it's another position where Tempest set up for the fight, but Fisher, they managed to out-execute.
So off-screen, Bejani did get solo killed here, it looks like, by Horder, who's not going to stick around for the turret. Looks like that TP's coming in, so he's just going to take a recall, but that's a big win as well for Horder. The fact that this, again, had previously been a matchup affected by jungle, now is having impacts without those junglers, as we get to see Horder move into that tops, or move out rather, TPing into that top side with the Trinity Force. Will continue to batter up against the Graggers. If he's already winning that 1v1, it spells disaster for Bejani as the game gets later and later.
It was a counter pick matchup too, right?
Exactly.
Bejani getting to choose whatever champion in the game he wants. Final pick in the draft. Chooses the Gragas to play against this Jax. Now finding himself set further and further behind. Really good performance from Horder here so far, as he falls down to help out the team with the Rift Herald, but we can check out this fight in the bottom lane again.
Yeah, and this is just a little step too far forward, actually, as you get to see that the power that Wayner actually has, it makes Aaron and it makes Kizno just step down instead of stepping up into the jungle. They step down out into the river, just threatened by the power of the Aurora there. So those 5 kills early doors actually having a little bit of impact there, keeping the bot lane safe, and now they're looking to fight again.
Nature's Grasp connects on a Sword Blue. He tanks it for Brabro, but that means he's giving his life for Brabro. There's no walking away from that Nature's Grasp once Maokai's thrown it out with this many members available. And there's going to be Rift Herald crashing into topside. Bejani cut between a Rift Herald and a Horder place, as Horder is looking to take him down in the one-on-one yet again. He's just buying as much time as he possibly can. It's a TP from Wayna to try to bail out his teammate. Wayna's on his way up there. Horder still brawling with Bejani, now going to have to think twice. He gets caught up in between worlds, throws down the ultimate, but it dies anyway.
Look at the map.
And it's another pickup for Fisher.
We're coming in, maybe. 4 members looking to collapse on the top side.
Oh, it's a flash in onto Kizno. They're able to make the trade, and now the rest of the squad arrives to take Wayna down. It's a 2 for 2 in the extended trade. Fisher, though, dedicating that teleport.
I think they'll take that, though, to be honest. A 2 for 2 when there's a lot of members being committed onto that top lane. Bravo gets a little bit of free time to try to farm back up. He's not going to be able to take this turret, but does get a little bit of a leg up back into this game.
Right, as the fight breaking out again. This time it's Brunus versus Dark Wings, and Brunus seems to think he can take this one-on-one. Maybe overplayed his hand, though. It's so close, and it's a 1-for-1 trade in the top lane. Jungler for mid laner.
Yeah, both the players there getting a little bit too big for their britches, thinking that they could take the fight when perchance they could not. I don't know who was going to be more favourable for that one. Honestly, the idea of giving Victor stacks, so getting him to that upgraded Hex Core sooner, a little bit scary for me, to be honest. Even though it's only 20 these days, it still feels bad when the Victor gets very heavily snowballed toward that Hex Core. And I mean, that's, what, 143 stacks that he's already got there from being a part of Takedown. So if we'd have had a slower paced game, maybe the Victor might have been a little further behind, but he's already got one upgrade plus all the CS. He's not going to be far off of his perfect evolution yet, and it's not even 20 minutes into the game.
Just the gold, too, so valuable on the Victor.
Yeah.
I mean, if I have a button that says give 300 gold to enemy Nocturne, give 300 gold to allied Victor, I'm just pushing that button pretty frequently over the course of the game. And it does find Dark Wings here now getting stronger and stronger. He has the stasis available, so he can't be sectioned out and bursted down by the Nocturne in a team fight the way that he did up there. He will be able to buy that extra time for Kizno and Aaron to be able to pick up some of the damage slack while he takes a break.
And now what do we see happen for Tempest? Because they've got this small advantage, they've got a couple of Drakes under their belt. I think that just picking up Soul Point here is the next logical progression. Atakan spawns pretty much on the timer of this Dragon, but that's not going to be something that teams are looking to immediately rush towards. And you can sort of see the... we'll call it the blood in the eyes of Fisher College here, because they know that their time is starting to run out. If they don't make something happen pretty soon, this Victor's going to be a monster. They're going to get absolutely pummeled by Aaron. But then the question is, well, how do they actually go about that? Because their Ashe is actually quite far behind. Their Nocturne, not particularly threatening, and it's maybe the best person on their team to take down a Victor, but it's going to struggle to do so. And that's third Dragon going over, uncontested, no recourse, and just sort of sit and watch.
Yeah, it's some Spectator League of Legends there from Fisher College. Not what you're hoping to see. They commit 4 members to the bottom lane to watch the objective fall and say thank you very much for the entertainment and return to their duties. So nothing traded, no knockdown of these mid and top lane turrets that were falling a little bit low. And Tempest Gaming going to get to reset, having not really lost much for the time dedicated to that Dragon.
Okay, so they'll be, we'll call it, they'll be very happy that they just get that Dragon, to be honest. Not a lot that happened in recourse, and again, the way that their composition is going to function is more than happy to absorb a Nocturne ulti, and honestly a Nautilus ulti as well. The Zyra plants go down, and trying to walk through that as a Nocturne is going to be devastating. Definitely not something that you're frequently looking forward to. If you go on to Dark Wings as well, he's now got that finished Zhonya's, so he's going to be able to buy himself 2.5 seconds of invulnerability, let alone what that does to the team fight as well. With all of the outer turrets taken as well, might even like to see Tempest Gaming sort of push their advantage that little bit more. I think they've got the tools now to really start hammering home some advantages. Tier 2s, let's take these Atakan down, and let's try to find ourselves a game win, put it to a 1-0, and really put the pressure on Fisher.
Definitely a big moment here for Fisher to try to find some fight back in this game. They're only down about 2k gold across the map. That is not an irrecoverable amount. That Dragon Soul's coming up soon. They're not going to get too many more opportunities to try to turn the game back into their favor. And Hoarder has found himself in another one-on-one with Vajani, who's going to try to see if he can find a way out of here. But Kizno is getting involved. It will chain CC down this Grag, as this guy is not long for the world.
Oh, okay. Well, we've just flashed for no reason, to be completely honest with you. However, a quick pick up down on that bot side, and again, I think we are getting to see glimpses of why the Gragas is a decent enough matchup into the Jax. You can kind of just kite him around, and despite the 3-second leap strike cooldown, if you've got body slam up as frequently as the Jax does leap strike, it tends to even itself out quite quickly. But of course, the power of a Zyra being there ends up being a little too much, and we even mind control Bejani a little bit there to force a flash out for quite literally zero reason. Maybe he thinks he can flash over the wall, but it's not quite close enough to get away with that, and yeah, ends up looking like a bit of a fool.
Yeah, that's rough. That's BM to show in slow motion as well. That's a rough replay if you're Bejani, but quick recovery time, back out onto the map, and can still have a massive influence on this Gragas. Here comes the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, connects onto Hoarder. There's Paranoia trying to run down Aaron, but just barely staying alive long enough. Aaron turns it back with the help of Kizno. Sword Blue and Brabro trying to fall away. Wayna with a solo kill on the top side, but Manui looking to chase ever further. Gets Brabro knocked back into the team. Hoarder leads the charge for the secondary dive, and Tempest Gaming win out in the mid lane, even while dropping members on the sides. Bajani shows up to take down the support, but it's 3 versus 2. Wayna seems to still want something. He TP'd in here on the flank. They're just going to have to back off.
Yeah, Sans ulti, it's not going to be easy for Wayne to really get anything done. And all of these kills, right, these are just extra little bits of cash going into, in fairness, the relative members, right? Wayne, 7 kills on this Aurora, has got plenty of kill gold to speak of. Nice to see as well that Bajani's able to get a quick pickup on the back half of that as well. Honestly, Minui should never really get to live there. The fact that he just twisted advanced and got brought underneath tier 2 definitely speaks to that. But Wayne, ooh, missing out there. Okay, but forces Stranglethorns. The big ulti comes through from Kisno.
Wait, Darkwings is here on the flank, and looks like Wayna's not getting out of this one. Hoarder's arrived as well. It's the double TP, a Team Liquid flashback, as Hoarder is looking to keep the fight going. The damage here from these empowered strikes, just absolutely wrecking Brabro. Darkwings is thrown underneath the turret, but it's going to be a kill on a Brunus regardless. That is a big Chaos Storm, refreshed and powerful, cutting Bajani away from the rest of the team. It's an inhibitor to Tempest Gaming, and they're moving right towards the Baron, fresh off a spawn.
And look at the time as well, 20 seconds on the Dragon. That's their Ocean Soul if they want it as well, Gordo. I think they're actually being a little greedy here walking up toward the Baron. Yeah, I think that they need to just defend this Drake. Probably try to take it for themselves as well. They've got so much control over this game that heading toward the Baron could end up costing them dearly. So they go back to base, take a little bit of a deeper reset than I might have liked, but nevertheless they're going to move back out onto the map with this mid lane inhibitor with the priority that gives them, and probably finish off this game with a Soul, with a Baron, with an Atakan as well. They've got 3 neutral objectives that are all up and primed and prepped and ready for the taking. Take those down, take another 5v5 if you have to. You've got the tools to win it, and then find yourselves a game 1 win.
Yeah, no Paranoia, no Enchanted Crystal Arrow for a little bit longer here. This is a tough ask of Fisher College to try to find a way out of this fight. Minui finds Wayna on his own, takes a little bit of a chunk, but Wayna not going to push for too much more. He doesn't know where the rest of the squad is for certain. Hasn't seen Darkwings in a while. Hoarder looking around over the wall as well. Wayna going to be the first one to find him, looking for a little bit of chip damage in onto that frontliner, but not enough that's going to stick, as Minui now has an angle for a big Nature's Grasp, but it's not available here yet. Stranglethorns knocks up 2. Brunus is cut off from the rest of the team. Wayna throws down the Between Worlds, jumping back and forth, trying to create an angle for the team, but it's just too much straight up damage. God. Look at that Chaos Storm from Darkwings. That's what a full 5-kill Victor Ultimate looks like, and that's what a 5-for-1 ace looks like to Tempest Gaming. They take game number 1 in dominant fashion.
And that is a glorious evolution for you, Gordo. Size of the river, size of the pit, that was absolutely massive. A huge game number 1 for Tempest. Maybe a little bit more even in kills than they might have liked, but in terms of gold, in terms of those experiences as well, they're just always ahead, always up on the macro, and know exactly where they need to be and how to play that game out as well.
Yeah, like you called out there, Rudu. The kill score looking a little messy there. Definitely giving up some kills and skirmishes into picks that you wouldn't have wanted to, but the overall game plan is executed according to plan, and Tempest Gaming build up their lead bigger and bigger and bigger until it can no longer be responded to by the other side. They come on up with a really according to plan game number 1 win, despite how many goofy things may have occurred in the interim stages.
Yeah, I mean, according to plan, giving over 17 kills, maybe that wasn't fully written down in the script, but they adapted appropriately, and I think that those cross maps that they were looking for certainly made the most of the slightly worse for wear situations that they found themselves in. But like you say, despite the fact that there were a couple of kills that went over that maybe weren't supposed to, they knew really where they were supposed to be going with that game, how they were going to get themselves there. And Wayner again making some good roam plays happen on this Aurora, but he's always sacrificing his individual matchup versus the Victor, and that was something that I was always going to be concerned about with the amount of sacrificial nature he was playing, and it ended up being a big problem.
Indeed it did. So really, really solid performance all around from the Tempest side, especially from Aaron in the mid lane on that Victor, showing up where he needed to. Dark Wings on the Victor, of course. Aaron on the Varus that game. So that's going to do it for our game number 1. We're going to throw it to a quick break here, but we will be back shortly with game number 2 as Tempest continues to take on Fisher. Fisher now need to win 2 games in a row to stay alive in the NACL qualifiers. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the NACL Open Qualifiers, where we have got ourselves game number 2 between Tempest Gaming and Fisher College coming up here in just a couple of moments. Looking pretty good for Tempest as of game number 1, Rudu. The pre-tournament favorites may very well still have a little gas left in the tank.
Yeah, I mean, and up against a Fisher College lineup who have had a heck of a run to get here themselves. Grueling 3-gamer already today up against Dorado that they did come out on top of. I've had several now do-or-die series that they've barely been just scraping through, getting themselves onto the back end of. And Tempest may just be that final roadblock that is one step too far for Fisher. I think a very solid game from the majority of Tempest overall. We did see a couple missteps, right? Like Aaron getting hit by an Nautilus hook in lane, which cost them a little bit of 2v2 pressure, but they were already so far ahead through just laning fundamentals that hook ended up not really changing the nature of that bot lane. I mean, I would love to, I actually probably will just go back and have a look at what happened in the 2v2 while we were so focused on mid lane, because Wayner found a solo kill, and again, that's something else that they can be looking at and thinking, okay, well, the sheer mechanics wise, maybe we're looking like Fisher have got some areas of the map that they can look to make the most of, but by and large, the way that they moved around the map as well might not have been exactly how they'd have wanted it to happen, and that could have been a cost for them.
Yeah, I think that's definitely correct here, as we can see Sword Blue finding some of these big engages with that hook in the picture-in-picture here on the replay. They did definitely find themselves some good invades here, some good engages. I do think Porter and Kizno both playing a massive roles, though, in this game, being able to pull their team back in. Doesn't matter that the bot lane got a little messy, gave up a couple of kills, doesn't matter. That mid lane had much of the same. It was a really solid performance from those two to be able to maintain some control, absorb some pressure, and set up for Darkwings especially to have those massive team fights later on.
Yeah, and I will say as well for Fisher, right, if you think that you're outclassed in a raw mechanics, a raw hands check, then the way to win the games of League is to try to make plays as more numbers with higher amount of people around the map. And they did do that to begin with. Unfortunately, it then came at bigger costs throughout the duration of the match, and it did end up costing them a little bit too much overall in terms of experience or gold or whichever one of the metrics that you want to try to measure.
Yeah, for sure. Here is knocked back into the team there. We do find Manui finding some of those big engages once again. He did show up as necessary later on. Again, it's criticisms during the laning phase where was potentially not blocking everything he could have, was potentially, not playing up as far as Aaron clearly wanted to in some of those close fights. But coming into the later game, he fulfilled his duty excellently, locking down the critical targets, finding good ultimate angles, buying space for his team to be able to play. And you can just see once we start getting to these later phases, the damage is there and it can do what it needs to do to be able to carry through some fight wins.
Yeah, there's not really too much doubt for Tempest as soon as we got past, I'll say, probably 15 minutes, and you can see that just the raw power of Victor already, right? Like, he's under the turret, just one-shotting Nocturne, which we can, again, make arguments about the balance of Victor, but whether or not he's fed in the game definitely helps and contributes to that as well. Morking out of his base here. The Ocean Soul fully intact after they've just taken this 5-0. A great start for Tempest, worth saying. So they're going to be looking to dot the I's, cross the T's, put it into a 2-0, set themselves up for what will be, again, another grueling day tomorrow where they play yet more League.
Definitely. It's a tough tournament, right? You really have got to play so many series back to back and really have to show up at your absolute peak for every single one. It's just the level of competition, especially as you get towards these last stages, has grown so high. I'm real excited to see what Hoarder is going to show us in this game number 2, though. I would not be surprised if we end up seeing a side selection change. We will find out here once we get into the draft. If that is the case, last pick goes to Hoarder, and this guy plays the Jax, of course, but it's not really his main go-to, right? He's been drawing tons of bans on stuff like the Gwen. He's played a lot of Olaf, he's played a lot of Jace. I think he's going to have a lot more to show us here in this series, Rudude, whereas Bajani has lost access to that Jax, as we called out in the first draft.
Yeah, he has. I do want to take a little chance, though, to highlight our MVP from the last game. If we can pull up, it was going to be placed into that mid lane for Tempest. I think Darkwings sort of, despite the fact that we ended up seeing him get solo killed at level 1, really righted the ship and became that presence in the mid to late game that we were hoping to see from the Victor. A valuable player in that game, no doubt, and we've deemed the most valuable, in fact. I mean, it's very rare that you get to see sort of 5 stacks of Victor ulti go crazy, but this time round, I mean, I think this is the one, isn't it, where, yeah, you can already see just the size of that Chaos Storm is, it's just disgusting.
Yeah, there is really kind of this weird catch-22 about it, is the bigger it gets, the less big it needs to be. As there's fewer targets that you actually need to be applying it towards, but the refresh duration, that's certainly massive there, and it just keeps on rampaging through the crew. There's some more of these picks being found, and here's this little one-on-one up against Brutus. So, this is a tight one.
I want to see, is there a bad click here? Does he click back up after this? Okay, so he goes back. This is fine. He can walk away here, but then he stops to auto. Okay, there is a bad click. There is a bad click.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just splitting hairs here at this point. Like, we know that Darkwings was a large carry for that game, got MVP for it, but it just goes to show you that being an MVP in a game doesn't mean that you played flawlessly, and that even at this level, there are still little bits that you can be improving upon as well.
For certain. So, nice performance on the Victor there, and that's going to be taken off the board along with the Aurora, so see what else we can get out of him. The Orianna been a big pick for him throughout this entire competition so far. So we do get into draft number 2. There is that Jace band coming on through, and Fisher College is on the blue side, so Tempest going to have final pick, Fisher going to have first pick.
Yeah, so it's that red side Hoarder pick, or R5 Hoarder, that we expect to see come through for those top laners, unless we get something like you set up for Renekton, or set up for Ambessa rather, on 3 with the Renekton ban in the second phases. We will keep our eyes out for what Hoarder maybe looks to. We know him as one of these more carry-esque oriented players, so could be something to keep your eyes more so focused toward. As some takeaways of notable picks, I think Darkwing Quay is definitely worth the ban that we're getting to see the respect for, and the Bajani Darius as well taken off the board.
Yeah, and Orianna's still going to be up, though. I don't think it's going to be a first pick worthy. It doesn't have the Nocturne to pair up with it. Granted, that's not something that has been a strict requirement for the side of Tempest Gaming throughout this tournament so far. They've played it with and without the Nocturne duo. Let's find out what the first pick here is going to be for Fisher when they've got first crack at it. Do want to call it the Vi, also available. Vi, a big favorite of Brunis. He does love to be getting himself some Vi when he can. He's drawn a lot of bans on it throughout the tournament, but it's going to be the Pantheon here, another pick that we've gotten to see a lot of from Brunis this tournament.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe, keeping in the ilk of point click and CC somebody, which is the Vi archetype, the Nocturne as well, with the E there. So get to see that Bruno's definitely somebody who has his style of champion, and if this Pantheon ends up in their hands, we'll be sticking to that as well here. I love the Pantheon as just a form of an early game duelist, something that you can really start to try to take advantage of during the early game. But we were looking for an R5 Hoarder. He says, actually, no, I gotta go pee. Let me lock my champion in and I'm leaving. Thank you.
All right, I mean, you know what? That's going to leave that R5 counter pick potentially over to Darkwing, so they're going to take away the Vi from Brunis as well. A little salt in the wound there as the pick comes on through for the Pantheon, and yet again will be another pick denied for Fisher. If we do get to that potential game number 3, there's going to be Xayah Rakan as the duo for Fisher, going to get themselves a really powerful laning duo, and definitely makes sense given how the laning phase started to go up until Aaron and Manui started making some mistakes.
Yeah, so it's dangerous to go Xayah Rakan. It is my only concern. You can get still, I think, there are good counters to the Rakan, and there are also good range matchups versus the Xayah as well. So they need to be conscious to make sure that they don't get sort of handed themselves in the laning phase once again, because happening game number 1, Aaron and Manui may well be able to do the same sort of thing again, because they have complete counter pick over that bot side, where you can already see that Tempest, they're quite happy just to have taken their double solo laners and try and move that into a decent enough mid game, into enough bot lane as well. I do like the Taliyah pick, right, with the point-click CC that comes from the Vi and the Pantheon. This is going to be a highly prized pick for both of these two teams. And then also looking at the engage that a Rakan has, the engage that a Pantheon has, both revolve around dashing over things, something that Taliyah can put a stop to quite quickly.
Yeah, and more bans getting directed towards Wayna here. Loses the Orianna, loses the Syndra. Another big pick we've seen from him all tournament long has been the LeBlanc, but I don't know if they're going to be willing to pick that into the likes of this Taliyah. It is a tough interaction when she just throws out the stones while you're trying to dash forward. You end up stunning yourself. You don't get the damage off of the ability you max. It's a little bit of a disaster all around. So I'd be very surprised to see Wayna lock that in. That is a Caitlyn here for Aaron. So looking for an aggressive bot lane into the Xayah Rakan.
Yeah, so again, as mentioned, you can outrange a Xayah early on. It's very low ranged AD carry. Varus is off the table, Ashe is off the table. Next port of call. Okay, well, I guess we're going to Caitlyn, right? Like, this makes sense in a stylistic play of we are going to batter them down in the bot lane. And this now begs the question is, you know, are they happy with Lux? Are they happy with Morgana? Are we just going full kill threat 2 versus 2? Pray for jungle ganks and hope that we don't get collapsed on? Or are we going to look to play something a little bit more reserved? You know, something like the Thresh can still come through. Maybe not the easiest counter to the Rakan, but you can still layer those hooks quite nicely with the traps.
Yeah, the Akali. So we're still going to champion with a bunch of dashes into the Taliyah. It's not going to be the LeBlanc.
And more dashes.
Quite as miserable, but wow, I mean, this is going to be a hell of a game for Dark Wings.
Okay.
The Janna for Manui. Let's go. I love seeing Manui on Enchanters. Back when he was an 80 carry, I think his signature pick for his whole career is probably that Seraphine bot lane, believe it or not. And now he gets more and more opportunities to be showing off some of the joys that the Enchanter role can provide. It's a lock-in of the Janna. That's going to be a fat 80 steroid going right onto Aaron every fight.
Yeah, and I mean, just to tip the hat, I do have fond memories of Manui Kai'Sa as well. So there's the archetype there as well, but definitely somebody who can make good things happen, and especially on this Janna, literally 4 champions that want to dive, that want to engage, versus the Queen of Disengage herself. It theoretically lines up to be a very good game for Tempest. Now, of course, this comes at a caveat, as if you have to play this exceptionally well as Manui. If you get caught by any piece of CC, you get melted, like, so quickly. It's kind of scary. You think the AD carries are squishy? Janna is squishier somehow. She has less health, she has less armor. We'll just get taken down. So there is an element of execution here that Manui is going to have to pilot this champion to. But if he can, it may undo a lot of the good work that Fisher College's composition wants to do.
Yeah, it absolutely does have that potential here, and then the disengage is just so fantastic as well, right? Like, that's really what can throw a big wrench into the game plan, just a big monsoon, pushing Rakan off to one side, Aatrox off to the other, and the fight starts to break on apart from there. The individual lockdown here from Tempest is also just insane. They are going to be able to zero out pretty much anybody that they get a Vi ultimate cast onto. It's part of why I almost find this Xayah's pick still to be acceptable, despite how bad the laning phase is probably going to go. You need something like Featherstorm for when Cease and Desist gets channeled onto you. If you don't, you're going to get flicked back in, you're going to get Equalizer layered on top of you, and you're going to die. I don't care what champion you are.
So there are like 3 answers to... okay, I'll give it 4. There are 4 answers to Vi. Xayah's one of them. Ezreal can buffer the Cease and Desist. Tristana can also buffer it, the same interaction there. We have Xayah as well. The 4th one, anything that can build Zhonya's. So I actually wouldn't have minded something of like a Kai'Sa nature, or just go mage, right? Depends completely on how you play it as a player, but it's more of an educational purpose for people at home. What you can do, anything that builds Zhonya's is always a good go-to. If you want to go second item Zhonya's versus a Vi, they will hate their life. And you know, when you're looking at AD carries, if you're a little bit more of a dab hand with those, do look towards Xayah's great for the timing, but if you can get the timing down on Ezreal and Tristana, those are some great tools to be able to really just destroy Vi's day.
Yeah, absolutely are and absolutely could be. Xayah is, of course, the selection here this time, and what else to look at, right? Bajani does get counterpick in top lane again. This time he chooses to go for the Aatrox into the Rumble. Didn't end up coming up with a big lead as the Gragas into the Jax, kind of opting for the more survival utility counter pick than the lane dominant counter pick. Will certainly have a big opportunity here though to be able to outperform in lane on the Aatrox into Rumble as well. He's able to land some of those sweet spots on the Darkened Blade, able to keep the pressure onto Hoarder, and of course, if Brunus shows up against this relatively immobile Rumble to try to swing things back into Bajani's favor.
Yeah, that's going to be the key. The Aatrox is going to need to snowball because up against Taliyah, Aatrox, or Taliyah, Caitlyn, Janna, he's going to hate his life. Like, just fundamentally, it is not a fun time to try and play versus those 3 range champions. Getting kited is not the Aatrox's vibe, so getting ahead early is a good way to offset that.
Yeah, certainly going to be looking to get that early lead, but let's find out how the early game is going to go. We are on to Summoner's Rift for game number 2. Fisher College need this win to stay alive in the tournament. Tempest, with a win here, will move on to next week. Or tomorrow.
Tomorrow,
rather, not next week. Tomorrow.
Next week?
Well,
I'm busy
Sunday
next week.
is the start of a new week, Rudude, so technically tomorrow is next week.
Okay. We'll allow you out on a technicality, but even still, the idea that they're playing tomorrow definitely going to be something that they need to be aware of, and that they want to be doing tomorrow as well. We've already got to see, I should say, a pop-off Akali game so far today, courtesy of Bradley. If you missed that, do be sure to go back and check it out. It was definitely worth the watch. Bravo now. Nice little engage here. Minions have spawned, so those 3 auto attacks are either going to stick or you're going to relinquish a little bit of that laning pressure that you would have liked to get as the Caitlyn.
Yeah, you absolutely are here. So, going to have that early vision, though, still making a important impact for Fisher as they look to track where Kisno is wandering off to early on. You want to avoid him as Brunus on the Pantheon. If you can get an odd-numbered fight over in your favor, Brunus will certainly appreciate that. The targeted lockdown making a big difference, and Hoarder already spamming some emotes out there.
Yeah, I mean, just dodging out on the Darkened Blades and then using the Electro Harpoons to BM almost in that top lane, definitely quite fun. Getting to see that both of the top laners were looking to try and challenge one another for access to the lane, but so far Hoarder has done a very good job at just keeping Bajani at bay, catching no sweet spots it looks like, and popping out a couple of really nice Harpoons also.
Yeah, and this is wave number 2, so Aaron and Manui going to hit level 2 first here. They do tick it up, and Swordblue and Brabro just have no choice but to be respectful. They have to back on out. Doesn't look like they've been denied too much, though, so won't suffer too many consequences for being a little late to that level 2 mark.
Ooh, okay, big Q goes wide there from Darkwings. Would have been the end of a really nice trade, but you can see he's already having a pretty decent time of things up against Uena. Just looking to be a little bit cognizant of this Pantheon and the early ganks that they can do. Got a little bit of vision down on that bot side, knowing that the Pantheon wasn't there yet, so top lane was the logical play. Now has his jungler in the top side of his map as well, so just cheat toward that, make sure that your Vi can support you if anything goes particularly wrong.
Yep, Darkwing's already showing why you like to play Taliyah into some of these dash champions. He tumbles back away with the shuriken flip, immediately stuns himself, takes some damage, and just doesn't end up winning out on the trade. It's a tough life as a pre-level 6 Akali in a lot of matchups, but matchups like the Taliyah notwithstanding, definitely going to be a difficult one as well.
So Tia picks up early as well for Darkwings, getting that stacked up nice and early, as Wayner is definitely feeling the brunt of this early game damage.
Oh, fight bringing out of the bottom lane. No, it's Manui who drops first. Brabro and Swordblue picking up first blood 2-on-2 up against this experienced NACL bot lane as Aaron smells that Brunus is on his way in, catches him with the ward in the ping brush. Will be able to get away. And
that's what I was talking about, right? You get caught by any form of CC, you are just going to go down. Not sure if Manui didn't want to flash the initial CC or just decided that he was going to try to take it and hope for the best, as he ends up going down in that 2v2, Summoner Heal burned, and only trading the Ignite for it. Really good start for Fisher College's bot side once again, the second time that they've come out on top in this 2v2 event, in this 2v2.
Yeah, and this time they didn't have some kind of miserable early
Yeah.
trade that leaves them behind 20 to 30 CS. So they're just straight up ahead right now rather than having to add any kind of qualifiers to it. That's a big difference maker for them, especially up against the Caitlyn lane, right? These are the kinds of lanes where you get shoved in, you get all your plates taken, and they just have a natural gold lead coming into some of these mid-game skirmishes. If they're able to keep up this performance, Brabru and SwordBlue might be able to dodge that entirely.
So I will say, just looking at the items that we get to go back on, I actually currently favor the Caitlyn. Pickaxe versus slingshot
Pickaxe
plus
is huge.
longsword. There's no contest there. The slingshot is the most useless item in the game, right? Just it's 2 daggers and then a little bit of damage on hit, which is
Every like 40 seconds.
yeah, exactly. Slingshot is not a good component. Pickaxe is significantly better. And also, we didn't get to see, but on the minimap could sort of tell that Aaron got to push a wave in under the turret and has come back to collect all of this as well. So as well as getting a little bit of solo XP because his Janna died, he also ends up with less missed experience overall.
Oh, Wayno with a nice trade there into Dark Wings, but Kizno is here to back up his mid laner, and that should be enough to cause them to back on off. Wayno's playing this lane out pretty well, though. Not really falling behind as a free level 6 Akali, which is a solid accomplishment. Minui caught again, though. SwordBlue is found him. He flashes over the wall, but Brabro is there to get the job done. It's another kill to
trap
Desire.
under the
Caught
turret.
underneath the
Dear.
turret, though. Going to be forced to use that barrier. Now it's Aaron who's up
Dark
kind of
Wings.
far, but he's chucked them out so low. I mean, Brunis, do you really want to come and tussle with this guy?
Yeah, you should take this dive. Pantheon might have to die for it, but man,
Well, nice flash away. He's still got the
sums.
shielding. He's trying to fight Brunis, but he's been able to create the space. Brunis gets outside of turret range, and Aaron will fall. A third death in the bot lane for Tempest.
Okay, now we get to see this trade on the top side. Bejani in trouble.
Yeah, getting focused down. Hoarder is here for the backup, and Bajani is just getting cooked here.
dead.
Nowhere to go.
Okay, all right. Well, not the greatest cross map that we would have liked to see from Fisher, but overall their bot side is going quite well. The issue is, right, and this you will see with Yuntel AD carries specifically, the BF sword gambit. Fortunately, Brabro was able to go back to base, finish off his BF sword, and now actually I really like the position that the Zaya's in, and they can really start to push that advantage and have a concise win condition, really. The Zaya has to be the win condition in this game because the rest of the composition hates playing against triple engage plus or triple disengage plus Janna. So I think the Zaya has to be the part of this map that Fisher looked to leverage. Brabro has got 2 kills now. He's got that BF sword in his back pocket, a now decisive advantage over his counterpart. And we get to see a little bit of a glimpse of what happened in the mid lane. Wayne just tries to angle himself so that he's out of the stun, but just wasn't. And we get to see in picture-in-picture, is that another kill?
Yeah, coming into the bottom lane again. This time it's Kizno getting involved for his team. Brabro tries to make the trade, but can't do it in time. And Hoarder is in the scene. He teleports in behind and will chase down every kill he wants. He gives that one over to Darkwing, says, I don't care. I get the wave. You get the kill. Fair trade. First dragon goes to Kizno.
While spot lane may well have been going well, unfortunately the solo lanes were not. We get Weaver's Wall plus teleport coming in from Tempest, and all of a sudden all the hard work that Brabro and SwordBlue have been doing down here is undone in a second. That advantage is gone. It's a 3-1 Zaya now, so maybe you can argue it's still playable and she can still be that win condition. And I mean, if you're Fisher College, you have to hope that that's the case. But again, trying to play Zaya versus a Rumble versus a Talia, it's not going to be easy.
It's really not. You can see the early fight breaking out here. It is Minui dropping once again, but now Kizno is on the scene, shows up to make the turn happen, and ends up being a 3-for-1.
Okay, so get to see Aaron nice on the net to keep himself alive. SwordBlue was also definitely going to fall off the back of this, but looking at that minimap, right, like there's a little bit of time there where you see Wayner just thinking, I can maybe try to follow this with a roam, but doesn't have that semi-global, so he's lost a little bit of time where really just pushing that mid-wave and accepting that you don't have the power to roam there would have been much more beneficial. Darkwing's still up in experience, importantly, despite the fact that he's down a little bit in CS, but when you make those roams happen, you are expecting to sacrifice CS and experience. Much like Wayne did in game number 1, this is that duality of these mid laners.
Yeah, Darkwing's a nice flick back there onto Wayna. Creates the space, but he gets locked down by the Grand Entrance anyway. There's just too much burst damage between Akali and Pantheon. Darkwings goes down.
And you can forgive there the Akali, you can forgive rather Darkwings for thinking that shoving back the Akali is the correct play. Turns out the Rakan, the one with the CC, is who we needed to try to punt back so that I didn't get knocked up afterwards. And maybe Darklings, you know, a lesson there in if I don't see support, I need to hold my E just a little bit. But nevertheless, a good little roam here from Fisher. Not all done just yet, not going out without a fight.
No, not at all. And finding themselves some nice gold spread around the map, right? A lot of this so far has gone on to the Xayah, now giving themselves a little more opportunities as there's an all-in from Bajani. He pops the World Ender, trying to fight with Hoarder. They do throw down the Equalizer to create some space. Wayna has TP'd up right as Unleashed Teleport becomes available, but it's just a little too late. Hoarder is able to create the space and get out, and now they may have locked down Sword Blue. He's able to dash out.
Again, despite the fact that Manui is currently 0-3, this Janna will at some stage have an insane amount of power in this game. Yes, it comes from being able to play out well as Wayna goes into Kisno.
Yeah, Kisno getting sectioned out here. Wayna still does have the recast of ultimate. Kisno goes back in, so Wayna's gonna have the execute damage. Nearly takes him down. The shield is barely enough, and Darkwings is here for the bailout, chucking Wayna right back into those rocks and turning a kill back for Tempest.
Oh, the tornado!
Really good interrupt from Manui in the bottom lane, and it saves their lives, both of them. Brabro cannot keep the chain CC going, and they're able to walk away.
Yeah, so the tornado interrupts the knock-up. Yes, they get charmed after the fact, and it also, you know, incentivizes Sword Blue to burn Flash there to try and get the charm, but with that Q from Manui, that's why you get to see this Janna gameplay, right? That's why they've picked it, to stop the engages like this, and, you know, Pantheon ever trying to engage on a Janna's going to struggle.
Yeah, now heal blown early by Manui, trying to create that space. Brabro is so low, though. Zephyr nearly takes him down. Monsoon interrupts an attempted stun from Brunis. Really good timing on interrupting these abilities from Manui.
Yeah, and that's what we're looking for, right? Like, maybe 3 deaths have been the consequence of him not quite having the timing down, or maybe getting outplayed on said timing. But it feels good now that that sort of eye's getting in, let's say, right? He's got the feel for how he's supposed to be playing it out and recognizing where and when those tornadoes are going to be most valuable, more so than anything else.
Yeah, there's kind of 2 aspects to the Janna gameplay, right? There's the flashy parts, which are the using tornadoes and Monsoon to try to interrupt potential dashes and disengage. Then there's the other simpler, but still very powerful part of just putting Eye of the Storm, the shield, onto Aaron and having that serve as just a BF sword in his inventory once he actually gets some levels into the ability. It gives you so much straight up AD, and it's really going to be dangerous when you start pairing it up with, you know, these Caitlyn ultimates or just full-on Caitlyn combos with headshots.
Now, Wayne is spotted here. Darkwings sort of ring around the rosying the Akali to try and get out of safety.
Darkwing's gonna have to put on his fancy feet here, gonna have to use the blue suede shoes, but he is found, he is snared, and he is taken down. Brunis arrives as well, using the Grand Starfall to try to make a difference. Wayna pops the ultimate, gets on towards Hoarder, looking for the execute, will find it, but now locked down underneath the turret. Kisno gonna be able to make that a trade for the shutdown, and now Aaron just firing away, pipping away at Brunis's health bar, and as long as he survives this Pantheon, which he does, he will continue to blast members away on the Fisher College roster. Still finding shots, still finding angles, and now looking for the dive. Kisno is underneath the turret, does not find a mark with his fist, and that will force the rest of the squad to back away. Tempest Gaming thanking their lucky stars there were no trade kills.
That's a big win for Fisher again. That's TP's burned from Hoarder. That's free time on the top side for Bejani, who's, you know, as you can tell by the inventory, he's really been struggling. He's still down 700 gold in that top matchup. But looking at the gold overall, it's small advantages top, mid, and jungle. That bot lane, a little bit even, you know, about as even as it gets. And honestly, the funny part of all of this is that the Sword Blue is the one with the biggest gold lead of Fisher College, which doesn't really speak to any good thing for them.
No, definitely And so once again, some life being shown by Fisher here, despite maybe getting
Darkwings
run around the
won that
map a
1v1.
little bit. And Hoarder found alone. Oh, Darkwings has solo killed Bajani.
Yeah, so the camera unfortunately did pan away the second that the Nocturne, or the Aatrox rather, popped his ulti to try and get aggressive, but looks like Bajani tried to get a little bit too antsy underneath the turret and ends up falling as a consequence. Darkwings is already down on the bot side, uses TP to catch a wave down in the bot lane as well, acting as a solo laner for both solo lanes currently.
You know, and just landing every single one of these skill shots, by the way. This is 3 Qs in a row that have found their mark, including the big rocks, and it just makes up enough of a difference alongside the turret shots to take down Bajani. But Wayna thinks he has an angle, but Kisto, who's flanking who, Rudude?
Yeah, no, that's exactly right, Gordo. We're not entirely certain of who's actually flanking who, and Wayne, yeah, good TP.
Yeah, I have some questions, and Darkwings is looking to make a bad TP just a little bit worse. Rides the wall on in, takes down his lane opponent. That's a solo kill to Darkwings.
Yeah, the Taliyah not the champion we most tout with solo kills, it is worth saying. However, it's the one that's finding the solo kills this time around. Really solid performance from Darkwings. Again, got MVP in game number 1 for a reason. This time round is taking matters into his own hands, maybe a little bit more viciously than we saw from the first game.
Yeah, the combat has just been non-stop throughout game number 2. But it is Tempest starting to pull ahead. It's a lot similar to the story we saw in game number 1. There might be some picks here, there might be some fights that Fisher College are able to out-execute on, but Tempest, across the map, they've been the ones who have really done the work on those turret plates. They've been the one who have taken towers. They've got an inner turret all ready to their name, and the amount of gold that gives over just gives them an inherent advantage in the itemization.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, when we're looking at where the gold is for Fisher College, it's largely localized on Brabro, who got these 4 kills through the early stages of this game, but has really not been facilitated by the rest of the team. We think about the teleports that have been used down into the bot side. They are all from Tempest. Don't really recall Bajani making anything happen around the Xayah, nor do I with Wayne either. And they are starting to struggle, starting to fall a little bit behind. There was a small element of Caitlyn could be hitting a really big mid-game power trough, and that might still yet happen, but they neutralized that item discrepancy that there was a little bit ago. The Yuntal has been finished for quite a while at this point, but we get to see Aaron has finished off their Collector as a response. Now just trying to take down this tier 1 turret in the mid lane. Again, movement from the rest of Tempest is already there. You can see on the minimap Darkwings just posturing with the Weaver's Wall is enough.
Yeah, it's a big threat. They are able to get anybody cut on off, and just for Darkwings to even show up to that fight in such a quick fashion, they need to commit somebody up here to answer him, but they'll never be able to join the fight as quickly as the Rift Herald is the name of the game. It's been spawned on up here for a little bit, and finally looks like Tempest are interested in getting started, but they are outnumbered for the time being. Hoarder's gonna have to TP, and they have caught on out a member. It's Darkwings away from the rest of the squad, torn apart by Fisher College.
Yeah, big fat wall there, unfortunately, for Darkwings. He cannot get over that in any way. May cost them the Rift Herald, but again, where there's one play happening, Tempest are looking to do something on the other side. They've already taken 2 turrets down in the bot lane, so they're slightly limited for options. Mid lane, really the only place in the map that they can look to go towards, and they take the tier 1 turret there as well. Do lose out on a pretty big shutdown that was on Darkwings' head, is now Brunus just stepping in here.
Yeah, knock up onto Brunus. They want the fight, though. They know that they have 1 extra member, and that's about as good of a shot as they're going to get against this Tempest squad, but the angle of engage is just not there. Hoarder is so dangerous. Aaron is so dangerous. They have all their summoner spells, and if Fisher College overpress, they're going to get punished.
Yeah, it's a nice little sidestep there from Hoarder, getting away from the grand entrance as Sword Blue sort of preempting him, trying to walk away, but just bides his time, holds his nerve, and is able to get out to safety. Nice to see, though, that we are getting a little bit of bite back from Fisher, right? Not a team that have ever gone out without fighting. A scrappy team for sure, and 8 kills to 10 so far this game. They are putting up that same sort of scrappy nature as the 3rd dragon now spawns once again. This is Cloud Tiles, so Cloud Soul Point for Tempest Gaming if they look to get it, and could very well be a bit of a repeat from game number 1, where it just becomes slowly but surely Soul gets picked up, and we see that fight happen in about 5 minutes time from now that just breaks open the game. And I say that because we actually see a potential for a contest.
Yeah, both teams looking for a fight here. It's Sword Blue finding the knock-up onto Hoarder, popping the quickness, getting charms onto 3, but the damage just isn't there. Brabro is the one taking more than all 3 Tempest members put together. Fisher College are forced to retreat, and this is an easy dragon for Kizno and company.
Yeah, I have to imagine Kizno used his ulti to poke out Brabro before that fight, which is more than worthwhile, right? The Xayah is the entire gold category of Fisher College at this stage, and if you can take her out of the fight, odds of Fisher taking any form of fight is going to be pretty darn difficult. They find themselves Soul Point though now, Tempest, really on the track to put themselves into tomorrow's games in good footing, and for Fisher College again, this is their opportunity to give themselves one final hurrah for fear of potentially losing out on their entire spot.
Yeah, I don't mean to be accused of coping here or anything, dude, but 3 dragons and a 3K gold lead, not the biggest lead I've ever seen, especially when some of that 3K is about to evaporate as Wayna takes down Hoarder. We'll call it 2.5.
Yeah. I mean, if they can continue to make picks like that, then there's maybe a chance, but every time they do this, they're losing out on the flip side, which is the thing that really costs them, right? So this is going to be Atacon that goes down now as well, so that's going to be a real big struggle with all the experience that this is going to give them. They are going to get a little bit of gold, hopefully, from that tier 2 turret up on the top side. They did just charge Herald into it, but whether or not they can take the turret itself remains to be seen.
Yeah, I'm wondering how that transpired there, because they did throw down Rift Herald. It did crash in, but I don't think they rode it, and I think the Herald just ended up dying to the turret there, so they don't get any shot at the inhibitor. Don't end up killing it fast enough for that regardless, so they will back on away. Fisher College do some work to cut the gold lead down. It's about 1.5K now, so not bad at all. Of course, that Otacon making those dragons all the more powerful.
Yeah, so the intangibles currently, right? We can see the fact that there's a 2K gold lead for Tempest Gaming, but I want you all to have a look at the level discrepancies across the board mostly. Top lane even level 13 to 13, but we look at the jungle, there's a level lead there for Kizno. We look in the mid lane, 2 level advantage for Darkwings. Same to be said as well as we look a little bit more down towards support, and level 11 Janna might be impactful. Might just die.
Manui at risk of getting one shot here, but Johnny over the wall coming in for the assistance is throwing down Darken Blades, is going to flash over, wants to keep the fight going as Bravo arrives. It's shut down gold over to Brunis. A 2-for-1 so far. TP channeled by Wayna. He arrives and he finds himself face to face with Chrome. Tumbles right over him, but now at too much risk to be able to go back in. He gets stunned up. They time out the rock. They find their execution, and Tempest Gaming lose 3.
3-for-1 for Fisher again. Not going down, not backing out. They want to fight. They want to stay in this qualification tournament. They're doing everything in their power to make it happen. Look at the items across the board. Yes, there's a small gold lead, but actually, they're pretty much matching them. 2 items across mid, jungle, and AD. They're more than happy to take these scraps, especially when they're fighting on their terms. Minui doesn't get to do the insane healing with the Janna, gets stunned, gets taken down, has been caught out of position once again. That means that they can take down Kizno off the back with this as well. And then Aaron, unfortunately, stepping too close to a cloud tile where there's Akali lurking nearby. And I like this from Wayna, just holding it, letting his AD carry do the hard work, and then the second that there's a glimpse of a stutter, of an opportunity to find the kill, picks it up.
Yeah, man after my own heart there, getting in there for the kill steal from his boy Brabro. Gets himself that extra shutdown gold from taking Aaron off the map. But here's lockdown, being focused on a Brabro. They know that Featherstorm is down, but they can't get the damage on a cross. Equalizer's a little late. They are finally able to take down Brabro. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Kizno for Brabro, but Aaron is not satisfied. He channels the ultimate, can't quite take down Brunis. Ace in the hole, just going to knock him that little bit lower.
Yeah, Darkwings as well on the top side here, having a good time versus Wayne, who may still fall anyway.
Yeah, he is not long for this world. He is cut off on both sides, and Manui walking away with the kill from the Zephyr.
Has he got a Dark Seal? No! Okay, well, in that case, not worth. But they'll be more than happy, obviously, to find what is effectively a 2 for 1 across the map, maybe even 3, as they're able to take the tier 2 turret as well. Again, point your eyes toward the top left of your screen. Cloud Soul is spawning in 20 seconds. Double TPs available for Horde or for Darkwing, so they can spend a little bit of extra time collecting as much gold as they want to by moving into that top lane and taking that turret. Zhonya's finished now for Darkwings as well, so his safety is just skyrocketed in case it wasn't large enough, with the Seraph shield in his back pocket as well. Movement speed of the Swift March, those tier 3 boots for Horde are in the back pocket as well. They've been able to just walk it out back onto the map. They have to take the space from Fisher here, which might not be easy, but it's something they're going to have to do for this soul.
Yeah, it is already going to get started up by Fisher here, but they've only done a couple thousand damage to it, and so it will be plenty of time for Tempest to arrive. There's a Pantheon waiting in that bush, Kizno, or actually it's Sword Blue on the Rakan, going to find the knockup, but forced away from his flanking position. Wayna is just getting demolished. That crit was ridiculous from Aaron, and will just tear the other opponent mid laner down. Brunus is diving into the back line now, but he finds himself in a 1 versus 3. He will be dealt with promptly by Aaron on the Caitlyn. Brabro doing his best to fight back on the other side, but there's just too much damage coming out of Darkwings in a near solo kill. Sword Blue's the last one standing, and Rox will find him as well. Darkwings walking away with a double in the fight. Tempest walking away with a 5-for-0 ace.
It's just all too clean. The trap setup from Aaron to begin with takes Wayner out of the fight, and that backline threat is just never present. Brunus doing the best that he could on this Pantheon, gets into the backline, tries to take down Aaron on this Caitlyn, but unfortunately between a good amount of peel and a decent amount of damage from the rest of the team as well, it's Tempest that are able to stave off the onslaught, and they find Soul, they find Dragon. They're going to now probably just assault their way through the mid lane, through that top lane, and probably put themselves to another couple of games tomorrow.
Absolutely here, and the claiming of the soul, just a well-executed fight all around here by Tempest Gaming. It's a valiant effort to get onto Aaron, but he knows what he has to do, and the rest of the team falls back to defend him.
The issue is as well, trying to play Pantheon versus Caitlyn of all champions is just so difficult because you put a big red line where you're going to land, so as soon as you come out of your ulti, you're normally greeted by a trap. I think that this time round it wasn't the case, but even still, it means that these engages are so telegraphed and so easy for Aaron to deal with that it's not going to be something that you can repeat reliably. So now as they head in towards this bot side, they've got probably a couple minutes left to work with on this Baron, and world's really their oyster.
Yeah. And it's still good to take the soul, both to deny it from Fisher and to get Elder on the map. I do have to say, Rudy, I think this is about as bad of a Cloud Soul comp as I've ever seen.
Yeah, no, it is. This is maybe
everybody
good.
Stands still for their ultimates, or locks themselves into preset animations. As Hoarder is the one person that's not the case for. He throws down the equalizer and is immediately going to find value off the movement speed as he steps up with the Flame Spitter, just burning down Fisher College. It's a double kill to Aaron. Wayna is caught aside with the rest of the squad. He's gonna go down for a third, and that very well might just be the game right there, Rudude. 4 members of Fisher just collapse as they attempt to take down Hoarder.
Yeah, Tempest Gaming looking to send Fisher College packing and just diving again.
Yeah, it's just Vijani left alive now, and the Darkened Blade is not enough to keep him standing. A second 5-for-0 ace to Tempest Gaming. A full squad of grubbies making their way towards the Nexus turrets. Sword Blue, the last one, trying to stay alive, trying to fend off the inevitable. But Fisher College will be eliminated, and Tempest Gaming will lock themselves a spot in the top 4.
And a nice 2-0 for Tempest. That will do them good favors, right? Moving into tomorrow, where they've got 2, again, incredibly important series. The format, this long lower bracket qualifier that you've got is brutal. It is grueling. But Tempest are making that run through. A tough matchup in the upper bracket that sent them down here, but now they get an opportunity to right those wrongs. They are going to have a good opportunity tomorrow for a best of 3, and then a great series to qualify for NACL after.
Definitely. So a date with Friendly Fellas tomorrow for Tempest Gaming, and what is sure to be a very, very exciting series between players who have been in and out of the NACL, in and out of the LTA, even on some members of the Friendly Fellas, and definitely going to be one to watch that could really swing either side. I don't think there's going to be a clear favorite coming into that matchup of two teams who have not played each other yet this tournament.
No, I do think that one's definitely a matchup to keep our eyes on. Obviously, looking at how the Friendly Fellas found themselves in this position, they look like one of the teams that could maybe, you know, challenge for that spot. And I mean, we're in the top 4 now, or the final 4, sorry, excuse me, for that spot. And overall, any of the 4 teams, I think, going through this, you know, could argue for their spot. I think Dog Fans maybe going to be the least likely, let's say, of everybody left in that upper bracket, but that's like, it's trying to split hairs. It's such a close run thing anyway, that trying to figure out which of them isn't going to make it is definitely really tricky.
Yeah, I mean, those are some fighting words there, Rudude. It's definitely, I mean, Dog Fans were a game away from NACL qualification last week, but no, I don't disagree with you, though. Dog Fans will, of course, be playing against Citadel, who did 2-0 Pepe Lala off stream, so going to be some very, very strong statement matches from some of our pre-tournament favorites here as Citadel and Tempest Gaming both secure themselves spots to contest tomorrow for a spot in the NACL. And I mean, the world where we see a Tempest versus Citadel final is not out of the question.
No, I think that might be maybe what the people want, let's say, more than anything. It might give us the best form of entertainment just because of the stories and the brand name we can get from the majority of players out of that series. But either way, whoever it ends up being tomorrow that goes into that qualification match, that do or die, and that, you know, there's no final bout on it, they're all going to be, you know, so drained, you probably think as well, after, you know, what is going to be a very difficult weekend, just mentally taxing wise, right? Like, you've played 2 best-of-3s today. Tomorrow you're back again with 2 very incredibly important series as well. So whatever that ends up looking like for these 2 teams, for these 4 teams, the preparation's got to be good. Make sure, you know, eat up before your games, get some water on board, and stay mentally accurate for your matches as well.
Yeah, I think I would definitely say it's a good thing for both of those teams that they've been able to sweep their way through today's matches, right? You don't have to get into the most stressful positions. You don't have to show all of the tech you got up your sleeve for these later game fearless matches. Just 2-0 sweeps for everybody here as they move on in towards the toughest challenge yet, which is going to be playing up against Dog Fans and Friendly Fellas, as well as playing up against potentially each other.
Yeah, definitely something for them to keep an eye on. And now obviously you've got that incredibly tight turnaround of, do we want to now prep for another 2 best of series tomorrow as well, or are we just going to, you know, take the evening, you know, revel in the victory that we've got, and make sure that we're feeling confident rather as we move into tomorrow as well. You know, that comes up to each team. That's completely at their discretion. Tempest, though, are going to be the team that battle their way through the lower bracket on the side that we've just witnessed. 2-0 over Fisher College. Very, very well done. And commiserations to Fisher as well for their run through the bracket. You know, had a very decent time of things, and I think that they'll have learned quite a lot. I mean, notable wins for Fisher College, taking down multiple seeds that were above them. UCI, I think, a really big pickup for them to try and take those down. Obviously, 2 big collegiate teams. They took down Grandview as well in the lower bracket. So Fisher have had a very monumental run through this lower bracket and have taken down some pretty decent names as well on their way through it.
Yeah, and you do have to do the transitive property a little bit, but, you know, winning up against Dorado, a big win in its own right, as that team has had some really good upsets for themselves up in the upper bracket. So definitely a big accomplishment here for them, despite the fact that they do end up bowing out in this matchup. Top 6, or I guess final 6, we could say. You know, it's obviously near airport and Apex Mission Impossible, a little bit higher than these teams by the nature of them having already qualified.
No, absolutely. Let's take a look at our series MVP, and I don't think this is really going to be any surprise to anybody that we have got Darkwings as series MVP for this. Was incredible throughout, to be honest with you, and this time round on the Tilia was just as impactful, maybe if not more so. I think had an advantage from the lane this time round, right? Had found himself. This time he was the one getting the solo kills and was the one moving into the bot lane to enable his AD carry and to get the best part of his team completely out of this game.
Yeah, definitely. We saw how dangerous the likes of that Akali can be when Bradley played it earlier on this stream, but doing a fantastic job of holding Wayna's Akali down throughout the entirety of the series. We called it out in the pregame, right? Darkwings is going to need to show up here, is going to need to play his best. Wayna is a big threat on the Fisher College team. He has been one of the better mid laners in this tournament throughout the run so far, doing a fantastic job against all sorts of North American mid laners. Darkwings finally going to be the boss that is able to take him down.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, like we say, it's now that really big question of what ends up, what our series end up looking like tomorrow. I know that we're going to get to cover at least one of these. The pain, I guess, for the position that we're in is that we don't get to cover both of the series that you've got, right? This is now effectively a semi-final bracket that we've got for one final promotion spot. So the winner of this like four-way group stage, not even group stage, just the four-team bracket that we've got left. The winner goes on to NACL, right? Joins AMI, joins Near Airport as our three representatives to become a part of the NACL. And I'm just looking at the seeding numbers as well on the side, and it's so good that all 60 of the 64 teams, you know, Friendly Fellas came in as 28th seed, if I'm reading this correctly.
Oh yeah.
It's a large range. It's a wide disparity that has brought us here, and that they now have to play against second seed Tempest tomorrow. Yeah, it should be an entertaining game.
Definitely will be here, and there's no wrong answers for whatever game we end up covering on stream, Rudy. Both of those series going to be absolutely delightful. Can't wait to be back here with you tomorrow to check on out what those matches have to offer us. We will be back on this stream tomorrow, same time, same place. We will cover one of those two matches that Rudu just told you about, either Friendly Fellas and Tempest or Dog Fans and Citadel, and then we will cover the final qualification match where we find out which team will be joining the other 9 in the NACL. It's going to be a party. You're not going to want to miss it. Clear your schedule, and we will see you right here. But for tonight, that is going to do it for the stream. That is going to do it for all of the qualifier matches that this tournament has to offer on this fine Saturday. Enjoy the rest of your night, and we will see you guys tomorrow.
These carries are now spotted out down on this bot side, and there's so much attention top lane now.
Oh, Lawrence and Phillip locked in a one-on-one again. Sterix Gage going to do some work to get that shield up and keep Phillip standing as he chases further and further. Yeah. Lawrence does not have enough dashes. And from Armeo on the top side, Trevor on a deep flank angle as well, where he is unspotted. He finds his way in right on top of Shochi, who will be melted. No ultimate used, no magic damage available. Lawrence is dropped as well as the fight breaks out around that engage. Bradley solos out Shochi, and it is a 5-for-0 ace with a triple kill to Phillip to cap off
Kills that the Zindav has got. Half that Leandri's picked up and ready, and now teleport in from Shochi. He's just finished that Leandri's. It's a deep CP.
They're going to be able to find that engage off of Sushi, focusing on towards Armeo, looking to be able to finish him off, and he will be the first one to drop of the fight. A flash forward from Bradley, executes Shochi and puts him in melee range with Sushi, but the rest of the squad is here to try to cover for the AD carry. Chad lands, the wind becomes lightning, takes him down, but Instinct has advanced forward and finds the shots. 2 low health bars for respawn, soon to be 2 bodies hitting the...
It's going to be there, but they see the MF, they think the MF starting this, they've taken it down. Time to start it, and Sushi again, he's half HP.
And a well-placed ward here too. They think that they're not on vision because of the control ward, but that ward doesn't see it. Now the fight's starting to break out. A big stun comes through on the board. Sushi and Shochi both already low. Shuffle back, doesn't connect. Baron is stolen. Bradley is running amok yet again, and it is about to be a second triple kill for him this game. Hell, make it a quadra kill. Citadel Gaming
as well, and slowly, the CS lead, the experience lead, it's all starting to come to a head. And, you know, I wonder if we could toggle gold just to see where the actual advantage is laying.
Oh, there's an all-in in mid lane, though. It's a flash away from Dark Wings yet again, but the fear connects, and it will be a kill. Sword Blue now trying to buy space for Wayno, but it's already Kizno's damage making the difference, and Aaron will...
Ooh, missing out there. Okay, but forces Stranglethorns. The big ulti comes through from Kizno.
Wait, Dark Wings is here on the flank, and looks like Wayno's not getting out of this one. Hoarder's arrived as well. It's the double TP, a Team Liquid flashback, as Hoarder is looking to keep the fight going. The damage here from these empowered strikes, just absolutely wrecking Brabro. Dark Wings is thrown underneath the turret. Not as bad of a Cloud Soul comp as I've ever seen.
Yeah, no, it is. This is maybe
everybody
good.
stands still for the moment, or locks themselves into preset animations. As Hoarder is the one person that's not the case for. He throws down the equalizer and is immediately going to find value off the movement speed as he steps up with the flame spitter, just burning down Fisher College. It's a double kill to Aaron. Wayna is caught aside with the rest of the squad. He's going to go down.